so many aspects. We have agencies in delivery, and now the head of the city and actually that is an area that and those are some of the things that we usually support.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? How are you today? Happy New Month. Happy New Month. It's good to see you. Although we are behind schedule. I'd love to welcome you to StunnerBiz season 2. And before we do anything else, right now, I'd love to ask you to rise up on your feet, so that you can start with the national anthem, and then with the word of prayer. So kindly let's rise on our feet for the national anthem. Thank you so much. You may now have your seats. Thank you for gracing this occasion. This is last year's occasion. This is StunnerBiz season 2. We had season 1 last year, November. And I'm so happy to see each and every one of you. Of course, this is not possible if you were not here. So right now, I would like you to put a big smile on your face, and your neighbor, smile to your neighbor, put a big smile on their face, and tell them this is not possible without you. Come on, this is my angalia kama kameweka. Tell them, cheer them up, tell them to smile. Alright, at this juncture, before I invite my co-host, I'd love to introduce myself. My name is Paul Kamau Manjiro, and I work with Biashara Leo magazine as a marketer and also as a journalist, as a writer. And I'll be your MC for today, so you can clap for me there. Yes, I have a lady who's going to be assisting me. So at this moment, I'll invite my colleague Cynthia, and then I can invite the person to lead us in prayer. Let's appreciate her.
Good morning. Good morning. When I'm So my name is Cynthia Owena. I am the writer at Biashara Leo magazine, and I'm going to be your co-host and the moderator of the panel. Before we dive in, I would like to introduce the theme of StunnerBiz season 2. We are going to be exploring how digital solutions are shaping businesses for young entrepreneurs. But before we dive into the theme and the celebrity sponsors, I would like to ask Greeting Hack to start with a word of prayer. A round of applause. Good morning, everyone. My name is Greeting Hack. I am a part of the marketing team at Biashara Leo. Most of you, some of you know me from my voice, so this is the first behind my voice. So I am no preacher, but I want to share a small memory verse from the book of Proverbs, chapter that you will be with us from the beginning to the end, that you will be with our keynote speakers, you will be with our entrepreneurs, and that everyone that is meeting today may have an impact, may get something meaningful from this event, and that they may want to come to more events in the future. May you bless us all, even our families back at home. May you have ways for our work, may you have ways for everything you're planning for in the future and over. For it's in Jesus' mighty name, I have everything and trust in.
Right, let's start for the ladies. Come on, that's not a good laugh. In fact, I'm going to put some rules for today. We are not going to declare it at the moment. I want to show you another new club. Are you ready for this? So, because this is what everyone has to participate. So once I say, let us clap, someone give them a lot of applause. Can you try that? Good, your first dance. I love an active audience. So before we start, I'd love to give you the geography of this place. If you'd like to use the restrooms, from here you turn right, then straight ahead, the gents and the ladies are there. And then we also have our exhibitors there at the back, but we will still be having time for that. And before we go into anything else, I'd love to invite our managing editor, Mr. George Kishuki, to give his welcome out, and also our contribution you wanted. So let's welcome Mr. George Kishuki. Let's give him a round of applause, please. You forgot here. Tutaanza kupigana fight sasa. There's a table there. They got it right. So let's appreciate it once more. Good. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Karibu sana. StunnerBiz is not so. So I'm very grateful for my welcome notes. So I in his classic novel, he gave it a very good title. The title is "The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Gone." But I wrote the words beautiful with me. B E A T Y F U L. That is beautiful with a Y and not an I. You might do that, you might not. The title is foregrounded. It's ironic. It talks about, the book focuses on a failed society in post-independent Ghana. A community that was not beautiful. And that is why I use that title. But in the real sense of what the world is full of beautiful people. Beautiful people are born. Beautiful people are born. Beautiful people are born. And there are beautiful people in this house. And why do I say that? I say that because these are beautiful people who are visionary. They are audacious. They are real. They are calculating. They are bold. And these people with little or no money in their bank accounts, with no short relatives, with no big inheritance from their relatives. These people have started businesses and they have succeeded. And that is why we are here to celebrate these beautiful people, the young entrepreneurs. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a loud overflows all the young who are our schools. That is why we are here. As I've said, elect against odds with no or minimum academic papers. So we are here to ask ourselves, who is an entrepreneur? Is he born? Is he created by God? Does he become one through education? All those questions are going to answer in this video today. So, karibuni sana, and in the spirit of entrepreneurship, let's enjoy, interact, and engage with one another in StunnerBiz Season 2. Karibuni sana.
Let's appreciate him. Aya, umesahau tena. Let's appreciate Mr. George. Thank you. Now you're getting it. At this juncture, I'd also love to remind you that we are also streaming live. That's on Biashara TV Kenya. So if you'd like to share the link, probably with your colleagues back in the office, so that they can get an idea of what is happening. That's Biashara TV Kenya. We are streaming live. And if you'd like to use our password, the Wi-Fi, the password is displayed, so you can check your password. The details are on that notice board and also on this other side. So right now, because we are limited by time, we started a little bit quite late. I'd love to invite our first guest for today. But before I do that, I would love to appreciate the people who have been with us. So I'd love to appreciate the team from Dream Credit. Dream Credit, where are you? Dream Credit, the team from Dream Credit. Kindly, if you can come and join me, please. Kindly, the team from Dream Credit, karibuni. Let's appreciate them. Yes, 3 times, it's 3 times. Let's appreciate them. So this is the team from Dream Credit. You'll introduce your team. And then briefly, like in a minute or two, talk about Dream Credit.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, entrepreneurs, for being here. My name is Hassan, the Chief Operations Officer, Dream Credit. With me, I have my team, and apart from the team which is here, we got another team which is back in the office, and also not only back in the office, we got another team in the field trying to support entrepreneurs. So with me here, we have George. He is one of our relationship officer. We have Evelyn Kenyajui. He is one of our RM, that's the relationship manager. And we have Florence Kemani, our relationship officer. So basically, we are here to support you, and we are inviting everyone to Dream Credit so that we can be able to support your business. How do we support your business? There is this time when you have that business deal, that transaction, that LPO, that asset that you require to be financed. And then, there you are grappling, you are struggling to fix that issue. We are there for you to bridge that gap. Our value proposition is on turnaround time. And with that, thank you very much.
So can you introduce your team just by the names? All right, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Asante sana, Mr. Anthony, with your team. Right now, I'd love to welcome Amika. Amika Sako, how are you? And by the way, let me tell you something about Amika Sako. This is the second event that you are holding, and last year I remember they were the first ones. Now again today they were the first ones, so let's appreciate them for that. All the way from Moranga. Three times. Yes, now you got it right. So the team from Africa to Fadali, please, if you will come here so that our audience can be able to see you. Karibuni sana. Wow, karibuni sana. Hi, how are you? Can you introduce your team?
Morning, team. I'm Agnes Kongoy, working from Biashara Leo branch in business development. I have my team here. I have Anne from Kirora branch as ambassador. We have Mary from Kigumo branch, also as an ambassador. We also have Tess from HQ, marketing and PR. In Africa, we do savings and credit. Savings and credit. You come save with us, we give you credit. Again, we have another team for field digital TFSO, whereby our services are brought to you, kabisa, where you are. And again, our branches are all over Moranga and Kiambu. And again, we also have another branch in Nairobi.
Wow, thank you so much. Let's appreciate them as they take their seats. Asante sana. Kingdom Bank in the house. Kingdom Bank wako wapi? Karibuni sana. Then after that, we'll be having Mentor Circle, prepare yourself. And then Steamer Circle. So Kingdom Bank, karibuni sana. Let's appreciate them. Don't be mean with your claps. Thank you. Very fine. Can you introduce your team?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are from Kingdom Bank. I'm Stephen. We have Charles, we have Chris in some places. Charles is from our branch at United. Chris is from our branch in Wangigi. And then Lacey is from our branch at Kenyaga. Kingdom Bank is a subsidiary of Kingdom Bank. Fully fledged commercial bank with all the services that the bank provides. I think the interactive tools that we can be able to share what we have for the young people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate them. All right. Mentor Circle, karibuni sana. Let's appreciate them. They are our very good friends. Karibuni sana. Hi. Hassan. Introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'll allow my team to say their names first.
Good morning, everyone. I am Deborah. I work for Mentor Circle.
Good morning. I'm Susan Gashohe, working for Mentor Circle.
God is good all the time. I'm Laura Biori.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alex Karofia, working for Mentor Circle.
Good morning. Bonjour, is my name.
Regards from our CEO, Madam Joyce. She couldn't make it today. Mentor Circle is a circle that was started in 1977, previously in Moranga, currently serving members outside Moranga. We are eager to learn from each other today on how we can best serve our members digitally. Thank you.
Wow, let's appreciate them. All right. And finally, Steamer Circle. Steamer Circle. Let's appreciate them as they come to the stage. Let's appreciate them, the Steamer Circle. It's a big team. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning once again. My name is Cynthia. I work as the brand communication assistant at Steamer Circle. I will let my colleagues introduce themselves, and then we'll give you a short brief of who we are.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Taylor, and I'm with the Customer Experience Department.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Brenda Savannah from the Customer Experience Department.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hassan from Customer Experience Department.
Good morning. My name is Shadrach Ofula from Corporate Communications Office.
Shikamoo. Kwa jina naitwa Braiding Nairobi. Nimetoka kwenye department ya marketing, sales and relationship management. Currently championing in charge ya compliant products. Asante.
Good morning, all. I'm Matthew from Steamer Circle. I'm office admin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hassan, and Cynthia will be speaking on behalf of Steamer.
Thank you. Steamer Circle was founded in 1974. Last year, we actually celebrated 50 years. We are the second biggest circle in Africa, largest growing in Kenya, and we are a one-stop shop. All matters financing, Steamer has it, from asset financing, from mortgage, education for your children, makeover loan for your homes, and many more. So please patronize our desk. We're going to be having flyers and our membership form, and would like you to become part of the largest growing circle in Kenya and second largest growing in Africa.
Wow, great achievement. Let's appreciate them. Now, without further ado, we'd love to get into the business of the day. One thing I can assure you, by the time you're leaving that room today, you're not going to leave the same. I'm sure today we are going to learn from each other, because we are not only here to celebrate the past, but also to enjoy the present, and also as we look forward to the future, which I believe is very bright. So right now, I'd love to invite our guest speaker, our key speaker for the day, our first key speaker for the day. That is Madam Lilian Gashoki. And before I introduce her, I'd love to give you a brief history about Madam Lilian. Now, Madam Lilian Gashoki is a visionary founder and director of Dream Credit Kenya. Since 2009, she has led the institution in delivering fast, flexible and customer-focused financial solutions tailored to individuals and small businesses. Under her leadership, Dream Credit was recently recognized as Nairobi's leading financial solutions and loans provider. That's the 2023 African Excellence Awards. The company continues to expand its reach and product range, offering everything from agribusiness and asset loans to health and consumer financing, while at the same time championing financial literacy and empowerment across the country. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to this remarkable entrepreneur and trailblazer. Karibu sana, Madam Lilian. I'll start finding you now. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much for that humbling introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Wow, I love energy. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I believe we can do much better. I I take this opportunity, number one, to appreciate the organizers, George and the team for this event, and also appreciate the youth in the room. Let's clap for them. Amazing. And also appreciate all of us who turned up today. We would have had excuses. There could have been conflicting schedules, but we made a decision to be here. So, which is very, very key. I like the topic of the day in terms of the theme of this year's event, and that is technology. We know too well we cannot wish technology away. And in that theme, it's good to ask yourself, why did I actually attend this event? What is that one or two things that I'm going to take with me to implement in my own business? It's no longer business as usual. It's not just coming to the event, but we really need to keep on asking ourselves, we really have a goal as to why we came to this event. Having said that, allow me to navigate through my topic for today, and that is financial cushioning for businesses. And when I was thinking about this topic, are there challenges that we are experiencing in businesses? Could it be cash flows? And how are we able to identify that there could be and there are challenges? What are we seeing in the news today? A lot of delayed payments, pending bills, and that directly impacts on the business. Of course, there is a change. We've seen introduction of housing levies, NSSF Tier 2, pension, introduction of social health insurance fund, and this actually increases the cost of doing business. And generally, we've also seen, over and above the cost of running businesses, we've also seen the cost of living going up. And I want to challenge ourselves that a couple of years ago, with 2,000 shillings, if you walked into a supermarket, you would have left with a paper bag full of items. Today, walk into a supermarket with 2,000, you'll be holding those items with your hands. So that shows the cost of living indeed has gone up. We've also seen a lot of joblessness. But when we all look at this, is it all lost? And I would say absolutely not. And so as a business owner, what can you do? Faced with all those challenges that are mentioned and others, there are a few things we could navigate and cushion ourselves. And number one is financial reorganization. And I just want to share a very short story about a client we handled about 2 years ago. And when this client came to our offices, two things we realized. Number one, this client was not actually collecting money on time from the debtors. And when you don't collect money on time, a couple of things happen. Remember, as an organization, you have to continue training. So there was delayed payment for the workers. And you can imagine, if we don't pay workers, how disgruntled they are. Are they really going to give the very best to the clients? Their bid is not able to pay rent on timely basis. How about supplier late payment? In fact, some of the suppliers had actually withdrawn credit lines. And the fact that this particular client was not collecting money on time, there was delayed payment to the financials, which meant this person was actually listed in CLB. However, as a financial organization, Green Credit Limited, we ask ourselves, is it a question of lending this person money for working capital needs, or is it a question of offering financial advisory or to do the reorganization? And one of the key things that this particular client, through our conversation, implemented was having a collection person. Somebody who will evaluate the invoices, are they being paid on time? And with that, cash flow improved. And from our standpoint, we knew if that problem is not addressed, even if we disburse the money to this particular client, we are going to be in problem because the client will not be able to pay. But through that reorganization, the client paying and getting money on time, it meant cash flow was sorted. However, there was need for expansion. And that's where now we've continuously partnered with this client to expand the business. Loans not to fund inefficiency, but to fund expansion as well as acquisition of assets. The other option in terms of pushing our businesses is leveraging on technology. And I love the theme for today. Have we thought about how our businesses will be disrupted? When we hear AI, have we intentionally kept on asking ourselves, would we be disrupted? I had a conversation with a friend of mine yesterday who has been in the training space for over 20 years. He does international training. But this quarter, compared to last year, he has only managed to do 40% of the business. And that is real disruption. What has happened? People are creating solutions that can do tutoring without the individual at a fraction of the cost. So this person is already disrupted, and it's a question of engineering himself and adapting to technology to ensure his courses are on technological platforms. The next big is pivoting our businesses. We've looked at cost of running businesses, and we start asking ourselves, can we be able to push more of our services and products through the e-commerce space through use of tech? Number four is avoiding utilizing working capital for expansion. We cannot borrow and, for example, open a new branch. And why is that so? Number one, we know a new branch will take time to break even. And if we have pushed our working capital towards that branch, it means we'll constrain the operation. And what we will lose will not be able to meet the customer's demands. So what does that mean? We lose on reputation because we don't keep our word. And what does that mean? Reputation and trust is the currency of doing business. We can make money, but if we lose reputation, it becomes very hard for us to actually rebuild. So every time you don't service the customer on time, well, they have made the requirement, it means that's a lost trust. So the other thing is don't borrow in order to just, how do I put it, to borrow based on how much can I get, you know? But let's always borrow based on how much that the business needs. And we get this question over and over. That a client will come to Dream Credit and ask, based on what I have, how much can I borrow? But the question is, how much does the business need? Because today, if we finance more than the business needs, it means this business will be paying interest costs for money that it did not utilize fully. And that can actually constrain the business. The other thing is that you could borrow too little to actually support the business. So it's very, very key as we think of borrowing, rebuilding ourselves as businesses and achieving our goals for the year that we need to look in terms of the need versus the want. The need vis-a-vis the want. This is what business needs for it to get to the next level. But the want, we don't want to just borrow for the sake of it and constrain the business from a cost point of view. The other thing is to negotiate contracts with suppliers, including land loans, to reduce those costs. And I remember in 2020, we were all disrupted by COVID-19. And we didn't know what would happen. But one thing I was sure is that we would still navigate through COVID. We were not certain about our businesses. when we have to pivot as a business. But we thought, what if? And I remember the CEO saying, we need to renegotiate with our landlords to give us something called credit loans. You never know what you can get by asking. And the CEO originated a letter sent to the agents, to the landlord, and guess what has been credited? We got 3 months credit loans. That is huge saving. So keep on asking. With the suppliers, if you have expanded credit period, that is actually extracting value from the value chain, which can be able to fund your operations. And guess what? This is credit from suppliers, meaning you're not paying interest on that. The other thing is targeting new market segments. And this is where we come and ask ourselves, have we analyzed our clients in terms of how profitable are the clients? And to build sustainability of businesses is that keep on asking ourselves, is this client segment profitable? You can imagine for a business that was focusing purely on the travel agents in 2020, 2021, what that meant. It was a real disruption. So as we look at different market segments, you'll be able to tell, can I focus on a new market? And how are you able to focus on a new market is to ask or check instead of just posting selfies in social media. One can spend time researching how much market is available for that segment. And as you look into that, what market can you address fully and profit from your resources? Also, strengthen customers' relationships. And it's critical. A business without a customer is not a business. We cannot open to serve ourselves. I would imagine a dream training, you just open doors and no customer. What would that really mean? Is their business. So we really need to focus on the customer more than ever before. And why is that so? And how can we do this? Is number one, we're able to improve on communication. Is there a time a client has called you and you realize it's something that you have not really addressed and you just look at the phone and you're wondering, do I pick this call or not? On the other hand, in the client's mind, they are wondering, why are you not picking the call? And there are times there could also be constraints. And I remember a year ago, one of our suppliers who does the stationery bit, we had ordered envelopes in bulk, but when this person went to the marketplace, realized the prices have changed. The honorable thing for this lady, which I really applaud her, is that she came back and said, the prices have really shifted. I really would request you, I increase the price a bit because that way I'll be in business. We are reasonable human beings and we are able to do price adjustments for them to continue supplying us. But how often do we find people just living and saying, I'll just hide myself, they will look for another supplier, while on the other hand, one loses credibility. Leading guard your credibility. As we look on strengthening customer relationships, it's also important to know that it's easier to retain an existing customer than actually acquiring a new one. Let's continue valuing the clients that we have. How about operational efficiency? Implementing tech to help us streamline our processes. And this, to a larger extent, reduces the manual workload. And sometimes as a people, we may look at technology to disrupt our work, but in essence, it will help us focus on other areas, moving resources through tech to another better area that we can, for example, business development, and still people are able to retain jobs. Looking at also lean inventory management for people who are in the inventory stocking space. And it's so important to keep keep on asking, am I holding too much? Do I do on-time purchase? Because as we hold too much stock, which sometimes is not needed, is that we are increasing the cost to a larger extent. You can imagine borrowing money to stock, while you have too much stock, which is not on-time ordering. So through use of technology, you can be able to tell all the order levels so that you order on time and that can improve on turnover. Something else is to diversify your investments and invest wisely. At this point, I just want to pause and ask, if money was not an issue, where would you be and what would you be doing? If money was not an issue, where would you be and what would you be doing? And I'll ask the MC to pass this mic. We'd love to hear some of the answers. Let's discuss amongst ourselves for a minute. And you can share. If money was not an issue, where would you be and what would you be doing?
Who wants to answer?
Who would like to share visibility?
Good morning. For me, I run a tech company, and if money wasn't an issue, I wouldn't concentrate. Of course, I would concentrate on the for-profit part, but I will also try to concentrate on the tech for impact area, whereby if I build technology, I don't have to profit, but does it impact people positively?
Social entrepreneurship.
Let's appreciate it. Who else would like to share?
If money was not an issue, I would be a cellist in a very remote area, just playing my cello, and that's it.
Interesting. Let's appreciate her. And this is where we keep on asking. There's another show? Okay, let's proceed. This is where we keep on asking ourselves, what's the rate of return in terms of the businesses that we run? That business that we are promoting, how much is the earning? When we look into that, we also ask ourselves, how diversified are we? Are we really earning passive income? And passive income is where, even if you don't have to work, money will still be keep on tickling in your account. And if you don't have at least 4 sources of income, then one risk in terms of, if there was disruption in terms of the business, then what will happen? And I'm not saying this to scare us. And I want us to imagine the person who had just purchased an equipment for manufacture of polythene bags, and the government changed the policy. What happened to that person? Before they think, we need to look to other markets, which they may or may not have a relationship in. So the question of keep on asking, if we were disrupted, be it by technology, be it by policy change, how would we pivot and how would we survive? The other bit is also keep on monitoring and evaluating both investment goals, your business growth goals, to ensure it's in line with the goals that you've set for yourselves. And that way, when you're not really on track, you're able to ask, can I change? Do I really need either to train the team, or do I need to add the team? Do I need to change the business model in order to achieve the goals? I can see George looking at me and telling me, oh, we need to move faster. So I'll do exactly that. And look at my final thoughts. What are my final thoughts? We came in today to learn, to network. And I'll say, you invest in yourself by attending networking events, and what you get, it's what we say, you get connections and introducers. And what's the essence of these connections is for your next business opportunity. Have you taken time to know the next person seated next to you? Can that person be an introducer? When I walked in this room, the number we are, if each one of us has a contact list of at least 1,000 people, how much do we have in this room? Those are connections. So attending events, but also let's also be intentional. You don't just attending an event, pick business card, smile, get in touch. Please get in touch within 24 hours. Connect, and technology is easier nowadays. I remember in my earlier days, connecting was not easy. We were in the era of letters. So when you're meeting with your boyfriend, you have to write he has to write a letter like a month ago. You reply where you meet with no tech. Today, we have technology with us. WhatsApp, SMS, and also social media pages. Reach out to each other for networking opportunity. As businesses, I highly encourage you consider joining business networking forums. Our fortunes in Green Credit changed. It's a 16-year-old company, but our fortune changed 10 years ago when we made a decision as a company to join Business Networking International. What did that mean? It means over 40% of our business comes from the network, which is huge, and it saves us a lot in terms of marketing costs. And it doesn't limit you just in Kenya, but you get connections globally to learn from, where you can actually even collaborate to build, to build other products. So really, it's a good thing. I encourage you to consider. And recently, we brought also a concept of corporate connections in Kenya. It's also a global network, which I'm currently serving as a national director in Kenya. So look for opportunities to connect, to collaborate. Because today, if you want to maintain physical fitness, where do you go? You go to the gym for physical fitness. But for business owners, where do you go? You go for networking opportunity with like-minded people that want you to prosper. And I like the slogan, for example, in BNI, that we believe in give as gain, opening doors for each other. Because when each one of us succeed, all of us succeed. Communities are impacted positively and jobs are created. So that's something I really encourage you. The other bit also explore collaboration opportunities. Who told us that we have just to remain in Kenya, operate in Kenya? How about looking at the larger East African community? Could you collaborate? Could you franchise your business in those regions? And when money is being transferred, it's being transferred in hard currency, that's the dollar. So look around and ask, who can I collaborate with? And I would rather collaborate than remain too small. But I can be able to fasten my business through the collaboration and earn additional revenue. Something else is also looking at disposing what I call idle assets. I know we are in an era of saying, mashamba zinaisha. You know, there is a new vaccine coming up, you need to buy it now. I know that it's a bad investment. The question is, if I pick working capital money for my business, I put it in a plot and keep the business, does that really serve me? The business is income generating. The idle assets, the tenants, could be rats, snakes who are not paying bills. They're not paying you, but you are paying landlords and rent. So as we look into this, as we think of investing, sometimes it's okay to sell that idle asset and put that money in the business. And the school of thought will say, you know, this plot will be 500 extra in about 3 years. What if you 10x your business? Would that 500K really count? You'll be able to buy it cash because it's delayed gratification. Something else is that we really need to guard our reputation. It's good to ask ourselves, how are we leveraging on our own personal branding? When somebody searches you in the social media pages, what is that talking about what you do? Does it say, this is what I do? And you know, sometimes we may find that we work for organizations but fail to believe in the future of the organization. And people will buy you first before they partake the products or services. So what does your brand stand for? Does your brand stand for credibility? Does your brand stand for trust? Can you be trusted? And who is given much is expected. Never look at that job, that business as a by the way. And our challenges, that money that we receive from our businesses, or even that salary we receive, how many people does it impact? In this room, even if we look at a power of 10, those are people that are being impacted positively. So guard your reputation as well as let's value the day-to-day work. I know giving back is important, and I do have a gift. Of the first people, I'll just highlight what the gift is about. If one would like more insights on building solid business networks and how to cushion their business, you can send a DM or direct message to my LinkedIn page, Lilian Gashoki. The first two to do that, I wish to donate a complimentary coaching session of 1 hour each. That's my gift. The first two, we can have these conversations, and I acknowledge the young people in the room, which gives us a lot of hope that it is possible to change this country. So that's my offer. You go to my LinkedIn page, send a direct message, Lilian Gashoki, that's my page name. And also I want to reiterate what my team said, that we also as Dream Credit Limited, we are committed to continue supporting clients, entrepreneurs with the financing they require. And I'm so grateful in this room, we have quite a number of financial institutions. And I know that shows the commitment that Tusikwame, we are here as financial institution to assist as well as collaborate and see can working capital be provided for you to be able to excel in terms of your business. Because we say as Trade Credit indeed, we do finance dreams for a better life. And I mean to say a big thank you for this opportunity and wish each one of you the very best as you continue being resilient to scale up your businesses to the next level. May Almighty God bless you.
Before we go, Candy, we had a Q&A session, and I would like to start mine because I don't know if that's being selfish. My first question has already been answered, which was a question of resilience, because I was a business, and I was an entrepreneur back in the days, like when I was 19 years. But you talked about monitoring and evaluating your business goals time and again. And I would like to ask, is change healthy for an entrepreneur? And also, is change healthy for an entrepreneur? Is there any other questions so that she can tackle all of them at once? Any other question?
I think either they understand or I was too fast. On a lighter note, is change healthy for an entrepreneur? I look at it from the perspective of why the change. For instance, I may realize the business that I'm doing, either the model is not good, or I need to pivot to something else. I remember back in 2019, as Trade Credit Limited, we evaluated the products that we were offering. And to our realization, part of the products were actually loss-making. And analyzing that, we decided, why don't we pivot, same product, expand it. It's a big change, it's a big leap of faith, so that we are able to serve the needs in a sustainable way. Because no business that will make losses throughout and survive. At there times, we feel that also, it's too far, we get into a business, and we live in an environment where we are hearing, you know, there's the next big thing, you know? And I remember when my parents, they are retired teachers, when they were retiring, every person was telling them, you need to own a matatu. And I was like, teaching to a matatu, do they really understand even the dynamics of that? So with such a change, it will be having a change to the moon. But having said that, also, let's also not look at it also being a microwave people. When we get into this, we work on it a little, it doesn't seem, just when you're about to succeed, you leave it, get to another. Because we have also to remain resilient. And as we do that, we need also to build teams. Every time as a business, we just getting in, doing everything, it means you're actually working in that business. And the question is, as a business owner, for instance, what is your time worth? If your time is worth 1,000 shillings, for instance, an hour, and you can get help by paying 200 shillings an hour, pay that 200 shillings. Focus on growth networks to rebuild your business. As well as, in addition, as you look at that change, always seek for help. Don't just change. There are people who are willing to give their services for free. We sometimes fear consultants thinking they will charge, but there's what I prefer as time typing, and I know I do that a lot. Hope that answers it. So, looks like there's no other question, and mine is to wish you an amazing, amazing day, full of networking and opportunities. Thank you.
Let's appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Lillian. Are we learning something? I'm seeing some of you are not using the notebooks. We have notebooks, there are pens that have been provided. I believe you cannot understand everything by just listening. Sometimes when you make notes, they really help you so that you can even refine future. I would also love to appreciate all our young entrepreneurs who are with us. Let's appreciate them. Wengine wamechelewa, lakini najua they are on their way. Good. So some of the things that I've learned is, for me, don't borrow on how much you can get, but what the business really needs. I think I have been guilty for that before, and my business collapsed at that time. But at least I've learned something new. And I was thinking, Madam Lillian, when you asked this question, if money was not an issue, where would you be and what would you be doing? I'm sure there are some of us. The first thing that came to my mind before now you expounded. For me, I was thinking like, if money was not an issue, I had been in Bahamas, at the beach, yeah? You know. But we are thinking as an entrepreneur, you have to know when you get a loan, how much are you going to invest in the business? And how much timeline do you have to repay that loan? Also, networking and attending events like this one that you've come to. I believe as a marketer, one of the ways that you're able maybe to close a sale is when you network with more people. So you are in the right place. Thank you so much for that, and we really appreciate you. I've been informed that 2 of our partners have joined us. So Centrino Technologies, we'd love to appreciate you. Centrino Technologies, where are you? Kindly come in front so that people can see you. Let's appreciate Centrino Technologies, kindly. As we prepare for our next keynote speaker, Karibuni. And for those who are joining us, Karibuni. We still have more seats up mbele, so for those who are joining us there, kindly feel most welcome. Thank you. Ladies, Karibuni sana.
Good morning. My name is Veronica. I'm from Centrino Technologies, and my colleague is
Patience Kayachir from Centrino Technologies.
Yeah, we are one of the sponsors of the event today. Allow me to read because I was just asked what we do. So we specialize in providing tailored banking and financial technology solutions to SACCOs and other financial institutions. Our systems are designed to streamline operations, enhance member services, and support digital transformation across the sector. We are excited to support events like this that foster innovation, entrepreneurship, and collaboration in the business and tech ecosystem. We look forward to engaging with many of you, and you're welcome. I don't know if I should welcome you, but you're welcome. I've seen so many SACCOs introduce themselves here. Okay, none of them are our clients, but we welcome you to come and see what we offer. You can even ask for us to come and give you a demo at your SACCO. So thank you very much.
Right, let's appreciate them. The team from Mark & More, have they joined us? Okay, they will be joining us later. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, right now I'd love to welcome our second keynote speaker, but before I do that, I'd love to just basically go through his profile. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Stima SACCO. And before I give you his profile, there's an interesting fact that I came across about Stima SACCO. Stima SACCO has achieved significant milestones, including being the first SACCO in the country to launch the first instant ATM service, becoming the first deposit-taking SACCO to be licensed by SASRA, and also it was the first SACCO that introduced the first mobile banking service among all SACCOs in the country. That's a great achievement. Let's clap for them. Now, apart from that, a first also for Stima SACCO, they hold license number as one of the first deposit-taking SACCO regulated by SASRA and were the first SACCO to issue checkbooks as well. So that's another first. Now, Stima SACCO is consistently ranked among the top leading SACCOs in Kenya and is considered the largest in Kenya and the second largest in Africa by asset size. Now, with an asset base of 66.4 billion shillings, Stima SACCO's membership last year alone grew to 220,650, which is a 10% increase. That's commendable. Let's appreciate them for that. And the man at the helm, young entrepreneurs, you are so blessed to have him amongst us this morning. He is Dr. Gamaliel Hassan. Let me give you a brief history about Ms. Dr. Gamaliel. Now, Dr. Gamaliel Hassan holds a PhD and an MBA in strategic management, a BA in economics, and is a a certified public accountant, CPAK, and certified public secretary, CPSK, in good standing. Now he is also a certified financial coach and has completed the Global CEO program from Yale School of Management. For those who went to shule za mashinani kama mimi, ni Yale. Is it Yale? Yale School of Management, yes. The Advanced Management Program and the Senior Management Leadership Program. Dr. Hassan is also a Credit Union Development, an Advanced Africa Development Educator, and an African Development Educator. Additionally, he is a certified Islamic Finance Executive with advanced expertise in accounting and financial analysis. Apart from that, he is renowned for his ability to balance structured processes with creative and intuitive decision-making. Dr. Hassan is a firm believer in unlocking the unseen potential of individuals to foster unity in diversity. His exceptional leadership and contributions were recognized in 2024, that's last year, when he was named one of Kenya's 50 most influential and inspirational CEOs. So ladies and gentlemen, are we not blessed to have him with us today? Si tuko mbele? Kama mfuko ya shati? Good. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, put your hands together and let's welcome the CEO of Stima Sacco, Dr. Gamaliel Hassan. Welcome, sir, and make your remarks. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. I hope my voice is clear. I feel like I'm losing my voice somewhere. Behind you, can you hear me well? You're good, all right. So thank you for that introduction. I sometimes cringe when I listen to my introductions. I wish they were a bit shorter, but thank you, and I truly appreciate that. I'm here today to give you a presentation around, and if you don't mind, cameraman, I have this thing that I like avoiding the podium, so I like engaging on a one-to-one. So I'm here today to discuss to you about our digital transformation. But even as we do this presentation, and I know it's meant to be more of a speaking, but I thought it was to be nice for me to have it in the form of a PowerPoint so that I can bring out clearly the key issues. But I'll not be discussing just about Stima. I'm a cooperator, so I speak very strongly and passionately around the SACCO sector. So most of my presentation will truly be around that. And of course, the first question would be, what is a SACCO? Right, that's interesting. So a SACCO is a cooperative, and a cooperative, cooperatives have certain principles. So SACCOs are differentiated from other financial institutions because of the cooperative principles, and 7 of them in total. From a show of hands, how many of you belong to a SACCO? The show of hands, so that I get to, wow, nice, majority of the room. A significant, very few people who are not members of SACCOs. So if you're seated next to one, there are about 3 SACCOs I've had here today. Feel free to join any one of them. So the first thing about being in a SACCO is that number 1, you join voluntarily and you exit voluntarily. So you volunteer to join a SACCO, so the membership is open. You can leave as you want and join as you please. Number 2, SACCOs are democratically member controlled. Again, this is a very key distinction between a SACCO and any other financial institution, is that in a SACCO, you own a share, so you're a shareholder. So in a SACCO, as an example, our shareholding is only 500 bob. So for 500 shillings, you join and become an owner of a SACCO. What does that mean? It means the SACCOs do not deal with customers, but you deal with owners and members. So the investor is the shareholder is the customer, and these are the people that you deal with. And part of democratic member control is that as an owner, you also elect the board of directors, or you elect the delegates. So like for us, we have a delegate system, out of over 220,000 members. We have you as the members end up electing the delegates, who end up electing the board of members. So as a member of a SACCO, then differently from any other financial institution, you have a direct say into who runs the organization itself. We cooperate amongst cooperators, so you've had all the SACCOs here. I was so excited to hear everyone who was around, Amica, Mentor. Did I leave anyone else? Stima? No, I can't leave Stima. Stima is at heart. So we collaborate amongst ourselves, so we do not compete. So any of these SACCOs feel free to come and pay us a visit. Just the day before yesterday, we were hosting the largest SACCO from Ethiopia. It's called Awach SACCO. Awach SACCO. And they just come to learn from us. So that's what typically happens in the SACCO sector. We have autonomy and independence. That means every SACCO is independent and autonomous, irrespective of where they began from. So STIMA, as an example, is not Kenya Power in any way. STIMA was formed from Kenya Power, but is not Kenya Power. Kenya Power is one out of 497 companies that we have a check-off arrangement with. So we are autonomous and independent. A very important point is member economic participation, and this you might know about it, is every year we give out a lot of dividends and a lot of returns. And apart from that, member economic participation is about ensuring there's affordability in terms of the lending that we give to our members. The next one is concern for the community. It is around CSR and CSI. The last one is that SACCOs are very good at education, training, and information, and that is the reason I'm here, the very last one. I never miss a chance whereby I can be able to educate, I can be able to train, and I'll be able to inform. Our story is STIMA. Cynthia mentioned this very well. We were formed in 1974, so STIMA SACCO is now 51 years of age. In 1986, we got our independence from Kenya Power. Subsequent to that, in the year 2002, we were the first SACCO to start front office service activities. In 2010 is when regulation came. So we have a regulator with SACCOs. CBK regulates the banks. In the SACCO sector, it is SASRA. SASRA is the SACCO Society's Regulatory Authority that regulates as SACCO. So there are 187 what you call deposit-taking SACCOs. Pretty much we do everything a bank does, almost everything, apart from foreign exchange and the fact that we're not in the national payment system. But in 2010, 8 years when we began the front office service activities, you can put that in quote as banking services. In the year 2010 is when we got the first license and became licensed by the regulator. Also in the year 2010 is when we opened our common board. So for the last 15 years, STIMA SACCO has been open. Open means that originally, although we belonged to the energy sector, to Kenya Power and all of that, by the year 2010 we've opened up our membership to everyone else. That tells you that actually 70% of our membership actually comes outside from the original common board. 70% is everybody who is actually in this role. In 2014, we began diaspora banking. We have about 6,000 members outside in the diaspora. Let me tie those two things. Being an open bond means, and this is my definition of STIMA. STIMA SACCO is for any person who uses STIMA. You guys use STIMA, right? But to me, STIMA. Yeah, so that's what it means. So STIMA SACCO is open for any Kenyan, anywhere in the world to become a member of STIMA. So diaspora banking, about 2014, we opened diaspora banking. We have an insurance agency, is one of our subsidiaries. We've converted that into a brokerage now. In 2021, we formed a company called the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company. That company was formed by 11 SACCOs, 11 banks, 11 SACCOs, 8 banks, and the Kenya Women Finance, it's called Kenya Women Finance Trust. And from there, we're able to offer affordable mortgages up to 25 years at a rate of about 9% per annum, which I think is the cheapest in the industry. And like I've mentioned, we just celebrated our 50th year last year, and this year we're turning 51 years. Some of these highlights have already been provided. The key one being our membership. Membership is about 220,000. We closed our asset base at 66 billion, and our revenue last year was 10.2 billion shillings. We aim to be the first circle in Africa to reach 100 billion in asset base. So I thought it was important just to give you a context of who we are, so that you can also understand how then have we managed to do most of what we've done and reach where we are. So Stima Sacco is in a landscape that is evolving, and so is most of the circles that are here and also in Kenya. One of the key things is about digital transformation. So we're seeing circles, all circles, most of them are adapting to mobile banking platforms. That has become very key. Online payment solutions and also what you call digital payment solutions. Number two, data analytics. For any company, organization that is here, the one biggest competitive advantage you have, something that no one can ever take away from you, is your data. That is the most unique thing that you have, the information that you're holding. So if you're able to look at your data should be able to provide you a way to manage better decision making, have more analytics around it, get to know the trends that are happening within your membership, and also getting to see what kind of products and services that you need from them. So data analytics becomes very key. The third element is that you're moving into blockchain technology, especially about building, reducing fraud, and also exploring solutions that can be able to mitigate against things like fraud. Cybersecurity, we cannot overemphasize that matter. When you become the size of an institution that we are, then cybersecurity becomes our biggest threat, and I'm sure that holds true to any financial institution that is here today. And lastly is the aspect of artificial intelligence, which is basically in almost everything that we do. So the key question here is, are we ready for the evolving landscape I mentioned? So there's a rise of fintech. Again, if you're a financial institution seated here, your biggest competitor is not the person next to you. It's not a SACCO, it's not a bank. It's not a microfinance lender. For me, I believe it's a fintech. Because fintechs can do everything that we do here with nothing that we have. They do not need physical branches. They do not need the number of people we do have. And they can be able to do that digitally. So according to me, that's one of the biggest competitors that you might have. Number two, our consumers are becoming much more exposed. We live in a digital age. Information is in everything. It's not like in the past 20 years or so that a customer will be told. Now a customer is telling you what they want, and they're very fully much armed, and they know what it is that they require. There's a lot of regulatory changes and compliance again, and again, you'll be seeing me talking quite a lot about cybersecurity. So I went and researched some data. Probably you've heard of the Kenya Computer Incident Response Team, Coordination Center. It's a mouthful, and that's why they call themselves KECRT/CC. It's meant to be simpler than remembering the rest of that. So, according to the Kenya Computer Incident Response Team, in Q1 of 2024, there were 900 million threats reported in Kenya insofar as financial institutions are concerned. 900 million. Out of this, system attacks were about 871 million. Brute force, that's where they brutally just force themselves very in. That's like robbery with violence, is 28 million. Malware attacks were 33 million. And then I went and checked now in Q1 of 2025, and you can see the threat events that were detected on all institutions in Kenya was 2.5 billion. So there has been a 177% increment in the number of threats that have been detected. I'm talking about threats to your systems, to your infrastructure. 2.5 billion in 3 months. And again, the brute force has increased by 20%. Web application attacks has increased by 2,458%. This is the landscape that we actually live in. I went a bit far and just tried to simulate what this means. Out of 2.5 billion in a quarter, it means every month there were 833 million detected threats. A week, 208 million. A day, 29 million an hour, 1.2 million a minute, 20,000. And every second that you've been here, 344 threats have been detected. That's the reality of where we're living, and the reality of the digital age. What I've not mentioned is, how about those that have not been detected? Because you're assuming it's all of them. It isn't. So again, as financial institutions, even as you speak about digital transformation, then the next big thing is, how are you going to safeguard the institutions that you're running? And where is that opportunity for circles like us, the banks that are here, in terms of securing the money that we have? So I'm not saying that to scare anyone, but I say that out of reality, so that even as we have a discussion about digital transformation, let's also not forget that indeed there are threats that need to be mitigated. And some of the mitigations would be around risk mitigation. I've spoken about that. But advantages of digital transformation would be on enhancing a member experience, improving operational efficiency, and of course, increasing financial inclusion, which all of us aspire to. The core components of digital transformation, the first one, you need to ask yourself as an institution and as a circle, do you have a digital strategy? Do you have a clear roadmap in terms of your digital journey? The infrastructure becomes very critical. The infrastructure here is around your systems, and like I've demonstrated, is also about your cybersecurity, awareness and readiness, and the measures you're putting in place. And only then you move into your kind of products and services that you want to offer to the members you do have. And very, very importantly, people matter. When you talk about this digital transformation, I'm a believer in three things. There's the hardware, the software, but there's also the people there. So you can get it very right by having the right hardware, the right software, but then culture-wise, if the culture is wrong, and it is normally said that culture leads that strategy for breakfast. So very importantly is having a digital culture. At StunnerBiz, we've attempted to do that by empowering our team to be part of the digital age. This is through digital literacy. We do training and development. We have something called STEAM Academy. So STEAM Academy enables our teams to choose the kind of areas of interest in terms of being educated. They go into a platform, and in that platform, they'll have very many kind of educational material that they can look at and read into. And it doesn't have to be necessarily because this is their function, but they are guys with credit, so they need to read that. They can read anything that they so desire to read. So we've attempted to give them a platform where they can get as much information as possible through that academy. Having an agile mindset, so we embrace change and innovation. As StunnerBiz, we have something called an innovation hub. The hub enables our staff to give us ideas that are very good, but sometimes, as a CEO, you could be walking and somebody gives you a very good idea, or whispers something nice to you, but then what do you do about it? So what we did was to come up with an innovation hub, a place whereby our staff can be able to take the ideas, have a platform of other team members bounce off ideas with one another, and at the end of it, go to a competitive forum or a seminar whereby the best ideas are awarded and rewarded, and we actually implement. So that for us has been very key. So embracing change and innovation. And of course, that goes together with collaboration. Lastly, anything that you do is about putting the member first. So, as we talk about digital transformation, the STEMA ways to enhance member experience. So, mobile banking is very key for us, online platform. We are now moving into AI-powered chatbots, that is the next level, and into personalized financial advice. As you might have heard, I'm a certified financial coach. I'm not the only one. Every year we roll out about 4 financial coaches in STEMA. Every year they go through an international training that enables them to have a discussion with our members that is beyond lending to them. So key for us is not that you come and you get your money. Is that you come and maybe the solution is not to lend to you. And you should be brave enough as a financial institution to say so. That perhaps a loan is not a solution. That perhaps something else is a solution. So the only way you're going to do that is to move away from training staff on credit lending and into now financial coaching. So they move one step ahead. And personally, I am able to advise the members. Optimizing processes for efficiency is around automation. We are looking at automating most of our repetitive tasks. So things that can be done using machine learning need to be moved to that, as opposed to having a human being actually doing it. I was talking about data analytics. What I've not told you is that, again, at the organization I head, we do have a data analytical function. So we have individuals whose role is to look at data and nothing else. And from that, they're able to provide us things like dashboards that you can be able to make more informed decisions on. So back to mitigating risks and then ensuring compliance. Cybersecurity, again, becomes very, very critical for any institutions that you run. Fraud prevention, whereby you're able to detect and prevent fraudulent activities. As STEMA, what we have done is to come up with, maybe the banks might understand this, we do have a security operations center. So again, a dedicated group of individuals who work 24/7, and their only role is to look at the systems, to look at anomalies, and ensure that the systems that we put in place and the programs we put in place to protect ourselves from the 2.5 million hits that you're seeing. And in STEMA's case, we get, I think our data talks about 3,000 attempts every day. 3,000 attempts just to hack our systems. That tells you that then we need also to be able to protect ourselves against that. But for those who might not be able to have a security operations center, maybe from the circles that are here, I'll urge you to look at Umbrella. Umbrella is from Safaricom. I'm not selling on their behalf, but I can freely tell you is one of the best things that you can have to protect your digital infrastructure. So STEMA Circle does have Umbrella, but apart from Umbrella, we also have our own security operations center. The idea behind that is to monitor 24/7 what is happening on your digital infrastructure so that you can avoid fraudulent activities. The benefits of digital transformation for us has been increased membership. We only have 12 branches. 12. Most circles have more than those number of branches. But for us, it's very strategic. Putting a branch is very expensive. It costs about 30 million shillings to put one branch. And I'm talking about capex, not the operational expenditures, because that branch is everything you see in a bank branch. So for putting a vault in place, for putting the infrastructure, everything that you require, the networking, it costs about 30 million. So it's very expensive for us. But also importantly, we have come to a belief that yes, branch footprint is very important, but at the same time, the digital, what I call the thumb print, is even better. So if you can be able to go outside there and get more people to interact with you on the mobile phone, on the tablets, then maybe that is the way to go. We've also seen improved member satisfaction and retention. Our retention rate is 99%. So we only lose 1% of our membership every year. And that 1% of people either who have passed away, they have lost their jobs, only 1%. So 99% retention rate, I think, is a very high one. We have seen an increase in operational efficiency and cost saving. We have complied better with the regulator. And of course, we do believe that being a circle that is digitally transformed gives us a competitive advantage in the financial sector. A lot of what I've said, I do not want it to sound like the circle is, it's not just about Stima, it's about Kenya. We are successful because Kenya is successful. And give me a few minutes to discuss this with you. Kenya is known as a silicon savannah. And we as Stima Sacco are successful simply because we exist in an ecosystem that is successful. And Kenya is a very successful ecosystem. And I'll explain why. Number one, we have a very vibrant fintech scene. Our scene of fintech is very vibrant. Innovations like M-Pesa, which was the first one globally, enable us to integrate our financial technology or that M-Pesa financial technology into a SaaS operation. So a lot of what we do, we ride on the likes of M-Pesa. We ride on the likes of M-Pesa as well. And number two, Nairobi's position as a regional tech hub is also important. So Nairobi is the place where if you want to develop talent and you want to develop partnerships with startups, this is the place to get, and you're most likely to be successful. Secondly, in terms of mobile solutions, Kenya has a high mobile penetration, amongst the highest in Africa. And that tells you that, again, if you're a business and your business is not mobile oriented, you could be missing out on something. The aspect of blockchain, AI, and machine learning, all of that is highly developed again in Kenya. In terms of digital financial inclusion, if you look at the kind of members we do have, 70% of Kenyans are using mobile money. So again, that's an opportunity. And if as an institution you're not there in mobile money, in one way or another, in your financial institution, again, probably you could be missing out. And it goes on and on, including looking at things like digital credit scoring, alternative data sources, which will allow us to serve our membership beyond the traditional circle or banking model that is there. Before you there, I know you're squinting to try and figure out what that is all about. There is a list of 35 leading artificial intelligence tools in the world. 35 of them. Out of those 35, 9 come from the United States. And you know some of them, and you might have used them. ChatGPT, any person who uses ChatGPT in the room? Sure one. ChatGPT, yeah, quite a number. You might have heard of, I like Grok. It's a nice one, yeah. Then China had about, from number 10 to 16 is China. One that we should obviously know, DeepSeek. Anyone uses DeepSeek? All right? Okay. All right. Japan had about 3, South Korea 3, United Arab Emirates 3, India 2, South Africa have 1. It's called the Lilapa AI. It's an Ubuntu-based African AI. Then there's one interesting one, number 29, from Pan-Africa. That's Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, and Ethiopia. We've come up together to develop something called Masahani. Masahani is meant to be the African benchmark for artificial intelligence use. But what I'm mostly concerned about is number 30. Number 30 is Kenya. So Kenya itself is developing its own AI module. And if you can Google that, it's called Sauti AI. It's Kenyan based, and the most remarkable thing about it, it's a voice AI, and it is in our dialects. It's in part of our dialects. So far, I think we have done 6 or 7 dialects inside there. I think Kikuyu do, and a couple of others as well. And then, of course, the only other country in Africa, apart from South Africa, Kenya, is Tunisia. They have developed one of theirs, which is Rapid, 2 more from Russia, and Tomo from Brazil. These are the leading models that are being used in terms of AI. And the key question, and I don't want to overcomplicate this discussion, it is just to ask yourself, have you tried to experiment? It starts with you. Experiment. Kidogo, just experiment, see what it can do for you as a person, and then try and extrapolate that and see what it can do for your organization. But this is where the world is headed to, which is the incorporation of AI into our operations. So back to the discussions around the Silicon Savannah. Digital infrastructure for me is very key. So circles and organizations that are here, you can adapt robust IT systems that are developed locally and globally. And that's why I'm saying we are successful as an institution, is because we are able to access this. There are local entrepreneurs and also international ones who have put hubs here in Kenya that are accessible to all of us. Secondly, digital products and services. You can collaborate with so many Kenyan startups. There's so many of them. They're always knocking at our door, trying to see areas that you can be able to innovate and partner. And the last one is our culture. Kenyans, proudly saying so, we have a digital culture. And as a financial institution, or any other institution, you need to leverage on Kenya's tech-savvy youth, and from there you can be able to drive a culture of innovation and adaptability. So a bit talking about youth. In Africa, 70% of Africans are 35 years and below. In Kenya, when I did this number, I found the number is higher than Africa. 75% of Kenyans are 35 and below. Maybe we can test that. How many of you are 35 years and below like me? Don't laugh, I'm serious. I'm 35 years and below in the heart. Maybe I should have said that. Yeah, in the heart, right? No, but on a serious note, if I was to task you that I'll check your passport and your ID, how many of you are actually 35 years and below? Just a short hand. Raise them higher and proudly. Yeah, I'd say 75%, wouldn't you say that? Yeah. Yeah, so majority of the people in this room, still pick up coffee, let's clap. So you represent Kenya, you're 75% of you are aged 35 years and below. So I was trying to look at the target market for institutions and taking into account that it means that 75% of your customers ideally should be 35 and below. Ideally, but then again, if you were to go to your demography of what your customer base is, will you really get that? And if you don't get that, it means you're missing an opportunity. So the first ones I'd like to talk about is the great Gen Zs. You know them, right? So the Gen Zs born between 1997 and 2012, 28 and below. Any Gen Zs in the house? Yeah, proudly, I can say somewhere behind, somewhere in front. So Gen Zs, you represent 25% of our population. You are 15.2 million of you. And your tech profile is that you're digital natives. And the communication style for you, and correct me if I'm wrong, you like IG, X, TikTok? Okay. He's shaking his head, nodding in agreement. So they're into memes, reels, and emojis. I'm saying this so that if you're an organization here, how then do you reach out to a Gen Z? Are you going to do an email on them, or are you going to do a reel or an emoji for them? Right? Secondly, millennials. I know I've snuck in people 35 to 44 there, but I thought it's also a very important segment that we cannot do away. The millennials are born from 81 to 1996 and they represent 20%. You're actually less than the Gen Zs, 12.1 million of you. 1981 to 1996? Show hands? Yeah? Okay. So you're called digital adapters. Technology came with you, especially the older millennials. You're the first ones to use the technology, internet when it came. Again, you'll find millennials are into emails. They love WhatsApp. Millennials, is that true? Yeah, okay. And you prefer long form content. So unlike the Gen Zs, your attention span is a bit longer, so you'll be able to read the longer document and appreciate it. And then the last one there are your future customers, the Gen Alphas. A Gen Alpha are the individuals born between 2013 and 2025. I don't expect any in the room. Right? Yeah. So they are 13 years and younger. They represent 37% of the population in Kenya. More than 22.4 million of them. And I consider them, for us as SACCO, our future members. For you, if you're an unsacco, they're the future customers that you do have. And these guys, unlike being digital natives, they are AI natives. These are individuals who are born into smart devices. They prefer their communication to be interactive, voice, and having gamified learning or gamified solutions. So how do you talk to them? Talk their talk. Per segment, the Gen Z, as I mentioned, TikTok, IG, Snapchat. That's their language. Emojis, humor, activism, short form, visual. Millennials, WhatsApp, Facebook. Or millennials love Facebook so much. Informative, relatable, it's about storytelling. That was the idea behind Facebook, it was to tell a story. And lastly, your Gen Alpha, you'll find them in YouTube Kids. They love games, something simple, colorful, and also very interactive. So as we proceed, the key areas of focus in your digital transformation journey, and for us as Stigma, is on number one, digital onboarding and member engagement. So that for us is very key. We need to move into the next level whereby joining an institution does not require any form of paperwork. Number two is on mobile and online banking solutions. As I've demonstrated, most of Kenyans are into mobile and online banking because we do have a digital culture. So whatever it is that you sell has to be in that platform. The third one is around data analytics and business intelligence. Every morning, even as I sat here, I have a BI tool that gives me a dashboard of the whole organization. So the key metrics that I need to look at to be able to drive the institution. It's almost like driving a car. When you drive a car, you do not need to know the engineering of how a car was made or developed. All you need to see is the dashboard and of course the windscreen in front of you. And nowadays it's just a gear, and I find that weird nowadays. I still hold the gear. Do you know why? Who might know why I still hold the gear? The Gen Zs will never know that answer. Manual, thank you. So when I'm about to accelerate and overtake a car, I hold the gear. Then my wife keeps on tapping my hand and says, it's not a manual car. Because for us it was, you had to shift here, and get the clutch. So it's a habit that has never gone away. Anyway, the point I was trying to say is that you use a dashboard nowadays just like you drive an automatic car. So as an institution, you also need to have that. Cybersecurity is also key. We've talked about that all over again, and the aspects of automation. So let's speak of the challenges and how you can be able to overcome them. The first one is the resistance to change that is going to happen in any institution that is looking for a digital transformation journey. And the best way you avoid, or rather you mitigate against that, is to offer training and create awareness. Number two, if you're concerned about high implementation costs, then start small, then you can scale up. Number three, you can also integrate with the existing past systems. You partner with people who have experience, who have done it before. So I'd like to tell you something interesting about Stigma. Stigma has two mobile platforms. One that we have a third party, and the second one that is fully owned by ourselves. And we did that simply because at the very beginning we were able to integrate with somebody who understood the ropes of the mobile platform, but when we felt that we had learned enough, we moved ahead and implemented our own. So that's what I'm trying to mean there. And of course, the last aspect is about cybersecurity threats, whereby you can invest in a robust cybersecurity. All right, still in time. So the steps to start your digital journey, I've listed 6 for you. Number 1, as an organization, you need to conduct a digital readiness assessment. Secondly, define your digital transformation goals, engage every stakeholder you have, and build a skilled team. The 4th one is very key. You cannot do everything, so you need to prioritize. What are the key areas of investment? 5thly, also very, very important, choose the right technology partner. If you have the right partner, everything else becomes easy. And last is about monitoring progress and, of course, adapting strategy. The call to action I have around digital transformation is a journey, it's not a destination. You can start now to secure the future of your organization. Again, engage with experts, explore customized solutions, and I do believe that together we can build what happened? Is it me? Could you take it back to screen? Thank you. Sorry about that, it's like starting afresh. I was right here, actually on the very last page. I was saying together we can build a digitally empowered ecosystem. So the next slide that I have here is just how to reach us, StunnerBiz. Those are our contacts. We have our WhatsApp line. We have SMS, Facebook, Twitter, and of course our website. And that's how you reach me as well. I'm very active on LinkedIn, so if you feel like you need to engage, you can go to LinkedIn. On X, I also respond quite a lot in X. I am not a Gen Z, so you'll not find me on TikTok, but my company is in TikTok, so Stunner Circle is actually to be found in TikTok again, and I think we can be able to engage in that. Sorry, could you, just before I say I'm done, the person who's controlling that, could you take me back to non-presentation mode? I feel like there's a slide that was so important that disappeared. Let's go back. And without the presentation mode. All right, I don't think we'll get it. I'd put here the infrastructure. I really wanted to showcase to you the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure for StunnerBiz, but for some particular reason, it has refused. So I rest my case there, and I'll say thank you very much. You've been very attentive, and I do believe I've been within the time that I've been allocated. Hassan, tell me something.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan, for that eye-opening look into how traditional institutions can become digital powerhouses. Remember, we're streaming live on our YouTube channel, which is Biashara TV Kenya, and we have a question for Dr. Hassan. It says, how did StunnerBiz ensure smooth operations, especially in the face of the challenges that came with digital disruptions? Before you answer that, I don't know if there's any other question. Yes.
I don't know if you can hear me. Yes. Or maybe I'm four. I took away the lights. Now, I have two questions. Number one, when you mentioned blockchain technology, I've seen you're focusing more on, I'll use Swahili, transparency. But do you think a Stima Circle or other circles that are here could go the international way of owning digital assets? That is BTC, Ethereum, and others. The second question, when you mention alpha, no, that's our kids, for those of us who are having when you mention alpha, sorry, do I start the first question? Now, when you mention blockchain technology, you're using it as a circle more on transparency and transactions. But do you think as a circle you could maybe join the digital assets? Maybe buy BTC, Ethereum for your members as an investment, and we also as members, can we buy it and formalize it? Now that you're CEO, I'm sure you can have such a big platform to make it easy for us. The other question is on alpha. For those of us who have kids who are generation alpha, can you have a package for our generation? So as I was explaining to a new guy I've met here and calling a friend, I want to retire at 40. Can you have a package for me where I don't have to invest on education policies from banks and whatever, but as a circle, you maybe have a policy where I can invest for my child. So as when I'm retiring at 40, my child will have something to run with until they can be able to start their own business. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other question?
Perhaps I can start with those in case someone else is thinking of any others. So let me start with the issue of the digital assets. Kenya is it's still that, if I may use this word, it's very virgin territory for Kenya. I think it's last year, or is it this year, that the virtual asset service providers bill is what was being introduced. So where we sit currently, we do not have sort of the regulatory framework that can guide us into that. Of course, circles are also generally risk averse. Our model is that we take very calculated risks. And I have seen, I don't know if you've noticed in the last, I think it was 2 weeks ago, something with crypto. A company, and that company, I don't know, the name of the company, I can't remember. It's called what? Civex, right? You saw what happened around that. I get a lot of members coming in and saying, you know, why don't you consider crypto? And why don't you invest in that? But this is my thought. And by the way, it's a very good idea. Maybe as an individual, it's something you can test. But I'm also a believer that any person who gives me a return of 20% and more, I am naturally very skeptical. Because I'll have to ask what kind of business is it that you're doing that is going to give you a return of 20% and more. And in Kenya in particular, in the last 15 years, institutions that have been giving such kind of returns, majority of them, not all, majority of them down the hill have had a case to answer. So, personally, if you were to come to me and say, I'll take your money and give you a 20% return, I will run away very fast. And it goes back to the point is, again, what is that kind of business that you're doing that is giving you a 20% return? Now, for us, because we are trying to figure out the aspect of blockchain. And for us, we think that blockchain might be more used. And I love where you're going, maybe that's more futuristic. But for us, let's start with our own systems. Is there a way we can be able to enhance our security? Can we be able to enhance more transparency? Can we be able to be more efficient? You know, go for the efficiency purposes. But we're still not there yet. Because also as a country, Kenya is very highly regulated. And that discussion is yet to mature. So maybe let me take it as food for thought, something that I need to sleep on and maybe ponder on. But I do not have a specific solution for you currently. And even as circles, I don't think there are any that have gone full throttle into digital assets. But it's probably what I was just stating, that when you look at at where we are as an economy. We are not there yet. The second ask of your question was, you'd love to retire at 40. I love that. And I keep on telling all the people, the millennials, the Gen Ys, people older like me and much older, I've always had this belief that you need to work up to 60, sometimes more. But I love what you said. The reality is that the younger people are looking at retiring at an early age. Again, food for thought around us. Our model as a sample is quite interesting. It depends what you need to do. So already we have something called Exhibitor. Exhibitor enables you to save for your child. So as your child is growing, is going to campus, primary school, is going to uni, we'll actually be there for them. But it's more of an endowment scheme, so that in case anything happens to you, we guarantee that we'll not only pay the principal agreed sum at the end of that sum period, say like you're agreed for 8 years, you're going to put the money, and then something happens with you on the second year, your next of kin or your child will still get the money that was agreed for the 8-year period. So that's what we're trying to do, so that we can safeguard you in case actually anything happens. What I've seen in our model, and I'll give you a classic example. Our largest shareholder has about 37 million shillings in shares. I remember I said the minimum shareholding is 500, but there's somebody who's put 37 million more. And there are many between that 500 and 37 million. And for those guys who have like 5 million and above, and of course they've taken many years to do that. They've taken 10 years, 15 years to actually raise that money. They are doing it as a retirement package. Our return has been, last year we gave, this year we gave 16% return. In the last 5 years our return was 15%. So the way they're looking at it is that if you can get your money into a place that gives you consistently an average return of 15% every year, then you can imagine within a time span of, is it 6 years, 6.5 years, you've already recovered your principal sum. And then for the rest of the duration of that money, it is making money for you. And it becomes more interesting when you compound it. Obviously, that duration can reduce to 2 years or 3 years. If you're compounding, you're not getting the money out. So these individuals, and I have one classic person in my head, he has done that so that, according to him, that is his retirement package. So his pension is coming from the dividends the SACCO is paying every month, which he gets at the end of the year. Secondly, we do have something called a golden savings account. It works like a fixed deposit account. The difference is that an FD, you will get your return at the end of the year, or at the end of 3 months, 1 month, 6 months, depending on your placement. So what Stima did was to have a product that gives you interest on a monthly basis. Why again? It was geared towards initially the individuals who had retired, because they are looking for cash flow. Your biggest issue upon retirement is cash flow. You have bills that you need to meet every other day, and you cannot be waiting for the end of the year to receive your money. So what we did was to tweak that product in such a way it's a fixed deposit account, but you're getting your interest into your current account every other month. And that way you can be able to meet your monthly needs even when you're retired. So maybe something worth considering. But for the kids, we do have various products for them. So they can join in and become a member of the SACCO under you. The regulation in Kenya does not allow us to have the general funds directly as a membership, but under you or under a guardian, they can also be able to join the institution. I hope I've managed to answer your question, or attempted to. The last question was about the disruptions that have occurred. The person who has the slides, is there a slide number 14 that could really answer? Slide number 14, if you can just go to it. I was just trying to remember the slide I said had disappeared, and as you're looking for that, I can explain what SACCO has managed to do. Number one, we don't exist in a vacuum. And I think I mentioned that if you have to look at the ecosystem, Kenya is considered a silicon savannah. So for us, it was a very simple thing. It was either you adapt or you perish. When we looked around, we quickly realized that SACCOs were not competitors and banks were not competitors. And I'll tell you why. We partner with 5 banks in Kenya. Copa, KCB, Equity, NCBA, Family, and I feel like I even forgotten one. So maybe it's Gulf. So 6 banks already. And we're going to partner with about 2 or 3 others. So we collaborate with the banking sector. We do not compete with them. I feel like there's so much in the room, the cake is so large for all of us that there's no need to fight over it. That we can be able to collaborate. There's so much that even if you have to give one institution the whole of the cake, they're not going to have it. Did you get it? Slide 14. So I think probably it gave you an older version. But the structure I wanted to showcase to you, maybe just to answer the case of digital disruption that happened to us. If you have to look at the infrastructure, which is what I was hoping would be shared, but for some weird reason it's disappeared. Our digital infrastructure, the first one, sorry, just give me a second. I'm trying to use a phone here to do this. Squinting. So the first one is our channels. What we did was to look at 75% of Kenyans exists purely on the mobile phone. So it became important for us to be partners with that. And what we did was to incorporate things like ATMs, agency banking. I don't know if I mentioned that. We have one agency banking platform. We developed an app, an M-Steam app, together with an app that had been provided by a third-party provider. And our rationale behind that was very simple, that we could see ourselves being disrupted. And I think it was Steve Jobs who said that before others disrupt you, you disrupt yourself. So Steve Sacco is a disruptor in the industry. We are known as that. We are not happy with status quo. And our teams continuously are looking at continuous improvement. And we disrupt, we cannibalize our own products. Every other day, there's something new that we create that is going to destroy or cannibalize an existing service or product. So you disrupt yourself before an outsider disrupts you. And I think that's how we've managed to survive. But also importantly, we've incorporated, I think you see the team I have here, I am amongst the 4% oldest people in the circle. So majority, our median age of employment is about 32 years. So that tells you what? That our attempt is for us to get these youth on board, then we must look and feel like them. You want to come into a circle and the people you see are your own reflection. So that was very key. So you walk into a branch, the way people are dressed, the way they speak, the swag that they have is the swag that you actually have. So that is our attempt to ensure that internally we've employed the people we are actually targeting, the 75% youth that we are actually targeting. And as they come on board, just like you and your demand of retiring at 40 years, they also have that. So internally they also force us to look, rethink our model, and to see whether you're going to be relevant to the kind of people that you're targeting. So the short answer to that very long explanation is that we disrupt ourselves before we get disrupted. Okay? That is it.
Come on, let's appreciate him once more. Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan, for your nice presentation. And by the way, when he was speaking here, because there are people who are streaming us live, you have a very good word out there as a Steamer Circle. And so after this, I'm going to be sharing with you. There is my friend from the diaspora, and she wants to join your circle. Yeah, so nimepata customer here. I'm going to be sharing the number with your marketing team, and then probably you can reach out to her. So thank you so much for that. Let's appreciate him once more. How is it so far? Are we learning? Are we learning so far? Nimeona watu wameanza kuiona. Yeah, so, but before we go for the tea break, because we are behind by 1 hour, so I'm kindly requesting we take our tea very fast. I'm only going to give you 15 minutes maximum, 15 minutes maximum. But before we go for our tea break, I'm being told by my co-MC here, who is a Gen Z. Najua mimi si Gen Z, mimi ni millennium. I fall there. Everyone has a phone, yes? Yeah, just take out your phone. Take out your phone. Take out your phone. Take out your phone kindly. Then the person that you are with, I want you to take a selfie. Take a selfie of your table. Just take a selfie of your table. Take a selfie and then post it on X. Post it on your X handle. Post it on your X handle. And the hashtag is StunnerBiz2. That is StunnerBiz2. StunnerBiz2. Remember, we are going to be having a challenge in the afternoon, and at the end of the day, we are going to be rewarding 2 winners. So we will also be checking out if you have posted. So StunnerBiz2. That's the hashtag. Have we posted? And smile. So, Gen Z, Cynthia, you should show them how it's done. You're supposed to smile when you're taking a selfie. Okay, so it's 11:08. We resume back at 11:20 exactly, and then we will be having Mr. Benson Musoga. He has a very, very inspiring story from Market More Solutions. He's going to be our next speaker, and then after that we will be having Madam Ruth, and then Carol Gathuru will take us through before we break for lunch. So right now, very fast, tea has been served there on 10 o'clock tea. It's actually 11 o'clock tea. In 15 minutes time, kindly let's harakisha, tujaribu kuharakisha because of time, because we started late. And let's meet in the next 12 minutes. So you're welcome to go and serve tea.
I was trying to write this down. So. I know we have umbrella. Umbrella helps us, but umbrella is not yours. Umbrella is she's almost 30 seconds. good, at least it gives you like, let's create a 2-minute map of anything that is happening. And they can really go. So that's why I have to leave. I had another engagement, which was actually starting at 11. How many cats do you have? That is something. You might have like 4 viewers. We try our best. What makes dinner successful is that we are not knowing others. So we are open to business. We are doing business. We try. Somebody has ideas. So we don't say no, we know in a shop. We come with a POC, and we always challenge people to think outside the box. What is it that they can do beyond the norm? They're individuals, and they're also willing to transfer knowledge. Let's take one quick chat. Bye, Hassan. Sorry? Oh, this, oh yeah. I noticed the light. That is very good. Awesome. Thank you. Yes, I'll take it. What's up?
Kindly let's wind up. In 5 minutes we should be back. In 5 minutes we should be back. Kindly. We will have a chance to network. So if you're done with your tea, kindly let's get back and continue in the program. Alternatively, for those who are still serving, you can come and have your tea at your table for purposes of time, in the interest of time, kindly. So welcome back. As we wait for the others to join us, it's now 12 minutes to midday, and we are behind schedule. So kindly request those who are still outside to kindly join us so that you can continue with our program. Washington, if you can mute the music for me, please. So I'm sure there are many of us who are conversant with iPhones. True? Is that true? There are so many of us, yeah, and even some of us I was told there's a difference between a device and a gadget. So some of us have devices, some of us have gadgets. And there's my very good friend who has joined us today. He's among us. And before I introduce him, I would like to briefly let you know about his company. Now his company is called Mark & More. Now Mark & More Solutions is one of the longest established Apple Authorized Resellers, or AAR, and Apple Authorized Service Providers, that is AASP, in East Africa and also Sub-Saharan Africa. Since 2002, they have provided Apple products and solutions to a wide range of clients, including educational institutions, businesses, government agencies, B2B customers and consumers. Now lately upgraded to Apple Authorized Enterprise Reseller, that is AAER, and Apple Authorized Education Specialist, that is AAES. Now recognized as a major player in the independent Apple community, Mark & More Solutions focuses on Apple solutions and related technologies. Now their expertise lies in managing deployment of Apple devices in educational and enterprise environments to achieve operability with a strong physical presence in Nairobi, Kisumu, and Eldoret for the past 2 decades. That means they've been here for quite some time. Now they have plans to open physical centers, that is in Nakuru and Mombasa cities within Kenya, and also focus on international expansion to Rwanda, Uganda, Zambia, Malawi, and also Ethiopia. Now Mark & More Solutions has fostered strong partnerships with leading technology companies like JAM, that's Jamf, Microsoft, Adobe, Lasys, /Seagate, and Wacom. Yeah, if I make a mistake, Mr. Benson will correct me. Now this collaborative approach allows them to offer a comprehensive suite of solutions that cater to the specific needs of their device clientele across various industries. Now by combining Apple's innovative products with best-in-class solutions from these partners, Mark & More empowers businesses and organizations to unlock their full potential. So I would love to invite the CEO of Mark & More, but just before that, just a brief profile about Mr. Benson. Now, Mr. Benson Musoga is the Managing Director and also the founder of Mark & More Solutions. Now, starting in 2002 as a one-man operation, Mr. Benson has transformed his venture into one of East Africa's leading Apple authorized resellers and service providers. Under his leadership, the company has expanded its footprint with state-of-the-art headquarters in Nairobi and also branches in Kisumu and Eldoret, with plans also underway for Mombasa. Recognized for excellence, Mark & More Solutions has been honored as the best computer and accessory retailer in East Africa by the MEA organization. Now Benson's commitment is innovation and customer-centric service continues to set industry standards. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Benson Musoga, the Managing Director and Founder of Mark & More Solutions. Come on, we can do better than that. You never know, he might be touched and akuachia iPhone. Karibu sana.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I can see still 11:43. Oh yeah. So it's not yet half tea. Is it half tea or half tea? So I think I will take a few minutes just to brush you through, because I was told to talk about the story of Market More. And I think he has already done 2 slides of my presentation. So what is remaining is about 3 slides. And then after that, we move into a Q&A or maybe some few remarks. So before I begin, do we have any people who are in the startup phase in the room? Like you are trying to set up a business or you're thinking about it? By show of hands. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Do you have any who are into the scaling phase? Like you have been doing business and you think you want to go to the next step? 1, 2, yes, majority I think. Yes, okay. What else? Do we have those who are having any challenge? Anybody who's having a challenge with the business? Any kind of challenge? Please write it down. I would like to listen to that challenge. That is where I need to focus more. So I think a lot has been said about me, so I can't repeat anything. We have been operating for some time. 2003, 2002. Those are 3 presidents in Kenya. Some of you have been around, you know, Emilio Mwai Kibaki. That is around the time we came in. UK has come and gone. Now we have the current one. I think it's so popular, I may not mention it. So, the second slide is really just to say that we have been partnering with some of these industry players. As you know, in our industry, if you look at by market competition, the biggest company in the world, of course, is Apple. And then you have Microsoft, and then you have NVIDIA. So, the way the immediate speaker said, instead of looking at some of these folks as competitors, you actually need to look at them as means of leveraging. So that is why we have gone for partnerships with these guys who are in the industry. As Mark and more, we also reflect back and see what is happening around us in the industry. And I think those are just some figures previously which are showing how the ICT has been, the uptake and the value and all that has been happening over the past years and where we are headed. I heard from the previous speaker also, who was very articulate about technology, that, you cannot talk about technology in this world without mentioning Kenya. See, so a lot of you guys are using M-Pesa, which is a homegrown solution, and this has been part of what is there. Now for us, we are to cut a niche in what we are doing, and also to see how do we deal with the shocks that happen in business. So part of the things we did was to say, yes, he said you need to cannibalize yourself, if that is a language. I'm not really emphasizing, but I'm just doing a continuation. That sometimes you can open a shop and call yourself, I'm a reseller of iPhone, or I'm doing this, or I'm a banker, so I'm regulated by CPK, or I'm a telco, who is also relying on ABCD. But then you can also look at it like, how else can I do this? So for us, we picked up the 2 topmost, focus from Apple, where we said, we need to move away from being box pushers to solution providers. And aspiring entrepreneurs like yourself or those who are in business, and I've seen also majority of you are marketers, your focus should be either you are taking out pain from somebody's business, or you are helping them to achieve a goal. Because if someone has a challenge and you can help them solve it, or if someone has a goal that they want to achieve and you can help them close it, then you'll be there. So by us moving to business at school, when I grow up, I will find out how it is done at KPLC. Thank you. So just as a continuation, so for us we had to look at it like, can we stop being just box pushers and now look at solutions? So the institutions need solutions. Education centers need solutions. Businesses, whether it's startup, those who are scaling up or those who are thriving, you need solutions. So that is how Mike and Mo focused on moving away and going to the education, focusing really on education and business. Just give me a second. I will get a copy of this here. Good. So, then in the same slide where we were at from schools to business, readiness for growth, you see Kenya has gone counties. As we are sitting here, we are sitting in the capital city of Kenya. Gone are the days when Nairobi used to be like a big head on a very small person. Now, as a business and as you think, you must also realize that resources are also slowly but surely getting down there. So we have things in Kenya called economic blocks. And I think if you look around, you have the Mount Kenya and Abadeas frontier. You have the Nairobi. You have the Eastern. You have the Jumia ya Pwani, the counties of Pwani. You have the North Rift. You have the Lake Region Economic Bloc. So think along those lines as you do business, so that you can find out if your customer was stationed in Westlands and today they have said they have retired. Do you just let them go, or do you also find out how you can serve them? And I like the gentleman who said that he wants to retire at 40. But if I'm your provider, I would really like to enjoy, continue to provide services to you. So you need to think this way, even as you plan. And just maybe to add on it as well. East Africa, Kenya is the biggest economy within East Africa. That is one. But there are also other players. You see, there are also other players within the commercial region. There are also other players within the sub-Saharan Africa. There are also other players wherever you can reach. And even go beyond. Like harnessing what the previous player also said about harnessing the digital platforms to break the walls that probably do exist. And so, why did we take up the issue of ecosystems for both education and enterprise? It's because there is an advantage to this. If, for example, I come to an institution and I tell you this is the solution I'm giving, but I don't have access to a certain thing. So you, whatever you are in the industry, make sure, are you aligned to what is taking place? If it is food chain, maybe you are involved in food chain, what is the regulator of food processing talking about in Kenya? How do you align with that to make sure that you are able to go to the next level? My last slide, because I have some comments which I want to make on those 4 categories that I said, was that we are looking in the future that we have done already 2 decades. Now we are going into the next decade. Our expansion plan now will go outside of Kenya. So we'll be looking at how can we take the prototype of what we have done here to the other countries where it is needed. I got an email a few days before from a very big institution in Zambia. And they have invested very heavily in technology. But they have challenges which I think we can help them to leverage it. So as an entrepreneur, I'm thinking like, okay, do I continue sitting here and whining about the problems we have in Kenya? Or do I take advantage of that, turn it around, and make it into a business opportunity? So I think that is something that you can see, because now we live in a global village, and we would like to take advantage of the same thing. Now, I will not take a lot of time. I want to take time to address the 3 individuals we have in the room. For a startup, if you want to do a startup business, those who are aspiring entrepreneurs, I've come to learn, because it's been quite some time, I've come to learn that entrepreneurship, we may not have been really entrepreneurs, we have been technicians suffering from entrepreneurial satiation. Because I know how to do computers, I know how to treat a patient, I am a teacher, let me start a school, let me start a hardware business, let me start what else? A legal practice. Those are 2 different things. So for those, it's a difference to know how to present a case in court. But it's a difference to run a legal practice that ensures that people get services to represent cases in court. So aspiring entrepreneurs, because mostly the trend is we don't have fresh engineers who come from nowhere and start businesses. Most of you work somewhere. So by the time you are thinking of making the transition, you are thinking like, this is what I want to do and this is how I want to do. So the key item here then will be, you will need to probably not, let me not say deny, but probably overlook your know-how at a technical level and realize you are not joining to run a business, not to do the work. I don't know if I'm confusing or I'm making sense, but you can make a point out of that, because we had that problem, and I think that is something that I would like to advise. Second point, before I leave that, any business which is here today, whether you are representing Safari, whether you are having a kiosk somewhere for as a mboga, whether I'm involved in pushing the cart, the cocotin, or the famous wheelbarrow, it revolves around 4 items. 1 is lead generation, lead conversion, client fulfillment, and retention. How many people you attract to your brand, how many of these people you attract to the brand, you convert so that you do with them a business, even if it's for 1 shilling. It doesn't matter. And there are experts, I think I've seen on the list, who will talk about customer experience. How do you offer your services in a manner that then remains that you convert this from being a customer to become a client? Because there is a difference between a customer and a client. And finally, how do you retain so that you don't become a river that is simply giving away customers? So that should be very clear in your mind. If you are an aspiring entrepreneur, that is what you do. Because that is the leveling ground for any business. Wherever you are and what you are doing, you are going to be engaged in. Now, let me move away from the startup. Maybe before I move on from the guys who are starting. As an entrepreneur, or a person who wants to do business, in the storytelling position, you have to be a full personality in one. You must be a thinker, you must be a dreamer, you must be a storyteller, and finally you must be a leader. Thinking is having vision. This is what I want to do. Dreaming. Thinking is trying to find out how can I put a logic behind what I'm talking about, because my storyteller is going to depend on this logic to convince somebody who can trade with us, who can invest in our business, and who can support us or who can regulate us. So that is the second thing. The third thing, you must be very good at storytelling. Storytelling comes in different formats. You can see the CEO of Stima is here. He is talking about the story of business. If he does not tell you this story, how are you going to invest in this business? And if he doesn't have a very strong logic behind it, to be able to make sure that when he tells this story, it will convince even a staff. People are quitting to work for companies because there is no strong storytelling, or the business they want to work for does not just add up. It's not only about money. And sometimes we have a brain drain. So that is, and lastly, you must be a leader. That means get things done, one way or another. So I think those are the tips I will give out on the issue of those who are making. Now let me move ahead to the ones who want to scale up, and then I'll finalize with the ones who are probably trying. And if the question, we'll take it. We use the programs that we have around business, especially the ones which are academic. So you have an MBA, and you're being told that for you to do business, you must do a research, and you must have done figures, and then you make a decision. That used to work then. But now, I think the reality is slightly different. Because possibly by the time you even finish that tabulation, the opportunity is gone. And you'll never find it. You'll only be talking histories. I use this and that. So the issue of doing this is, there's a concept called discovery-driven growth, where you say, I am prepared to learn myself through and get things done. Just because you've succeeded in Westlands does not mean if you go to Tigaro, you succeed. Because the dynamics in terms of the demographics, the way people look at things, and ABC are different. So you must be ready to say, this is what I want to do. Now, I want to tweak your head a little bit. If that is the case, then you say, failure is almost imminent. You are going to fail in one way or another. So what do you do to mitigate this and this sort of things? You say, how can I manage the cost of failure, not the rate of failure? So that even if something does not work, and you lose something from a business point of view, is there a problem? Here tunasema tafakari, not very good English, right? Tafakari. So I think if you want to do a proper scale-up, please take the discovery-driven model. There are those who have systems and who probably will tell you, oh, I want to set up a business in Kajiado, so I will go there or send people or have resources. But if you don't have, you can use this tool called discovery-driven growth, which you can prepare yourself, learn yourself, and get things done. And what that helps you to do, are there any accountants in the room? Biashara? Yes. Good. She's an accountant. Accounts, you have something called P&L, profit and loss account. Now, on the profit and loss account, the first item is usually revenue. Then you have cost of goods sold or whatever you are doing, services. Then now you say GP. Then after GP, you come and say, let me do the utilities. So you remove the utilities, then you remove the tax, then you say, this is now my NP. Is that the way it works? Good. But when you are doing discovery-driven growth, you might be forced to invert the P&L. So that probably instead of you starting with the revenue, you now start with the net profit. And then you work all other things coming down, so that you are trying to remain the profit and loss account and make it profit and profit account. And that will force you to even decide whether you can engage in that business or not. If it was in a church, I would have said amen, but this is a business forum. Now, let me go to the ones who are thriving, and then I'll wind up at that level. And if there will be anyone who has a question, you can let me know. There are shocks that will come in business where you don't have control. I once, in I think 90s or 70s, I bought a memory chip to go and put it in someone's computer. And I bought it from a guy called Manoj. So when I went to put it in someone's computer, and because in electronics we have something called ESD, electrostatic discharge. You know, like when you remove a shaft in a hot place, you have some sparks. And that means everybody is carrying a charge. But when you touch a component, you discharge those charges through that component. So I went and I usually observe these ESD precautions. So as a technician, I went and installed this memory chip in a computer in the best way I put it. And I left and went, but then the chip failed after a few days. So the one who called me says, they're having some problem. I went and ran a diagnostic, I found out that chip was with a problem, I plugged it out. I took it back to the place where I bought it. And I said, Manoj, please get me a place for this because this chip is having a problem. So Manoj, I kept it in a static bag to observe the whatever. But then Manoj pulled it out. He didn't even bother about ESD damage, the chip. And I placed watch, say God. Now I know why this chip gave me because it means these guys don't know how to handle memory chips. And they're handling so it has already discharged, that means some of the components wounded. So Manoj did not replace this chip. He told me, Benson, this is an act of God. It's an act of what? So those who are striving in business, please be prepared that there are things will come where you don't have control. And these things we call them shock. One of it, most of you are here when COVID happened. Yeah? And then after COVID, we had something called World Economic Forum, which identified 4 main problems in the world. And they said one of it was, of course, COVID. Then they said there's climate change. Then they said there was war. That time it was only in Ukraine. It did not spread to the east. And then they said because of these 3, there is economic meltdown. So economic meltdown means I'm here in Kenya. I am supporting maybe another entity in Rwanda, but because of the problems I have now, I cannot give my support to the entity in Rwanda. So that affects all sorts of access. And these are things that face all sorts of systems. We have nothing to do with it. No, okay, the contribution of Kenya, for example, for climate change is very little. It's not much. Yeah? But it is still going to come and hound you and it's going to affect you. How do you deal with this? So, you must leave room for thinking all strategies all the time. Business is not a trend. Business is something that is ongoing. Those of you here who do like strategy and all that, you know sometimes your strategy can only work up to a particular time. And you reach a stage where competition has come and blown up your side. You thought that I'm the only one who knows how to do ABCD. And from nowhere people come. And nowadays it's even easy because we publish everything on the website. So while you are busy thinking that this website is working for me, someone is doing an understudy to see how they will dislodge you from that position. So if you're not continuously reimagining on how to get things done as a business which is thriving, you might just end up in a hole. One day Steve Jobs was asked, why is it that businesses which have been in business for some time are getting problems to be removed, and yet we have others which are coming up even in the same industry and doing better? I don't know if any of you know what was his answer. Those of you read. Huh? On a light note, the answer of Steve Jobs was very harsh to the accountants. So he said that when you hand your business to accountants and salespeople, he said, when you hand your business to what? And salespeople, then you have a problem. But you see, these are the most important people we usually have, because one of them brings money, and the other makes sure money does not move out of the company. But that is the answer that Steve Jobs gave. So I think as you look at issues and things, let's have this heart where we can reimagine, reinvent, and do something about it. Just maybe at that level to give you a tip of, for example, what can be done. There has been something called a Blue Ocean Strategy, which is like a whole book and a whole chapter. And those people who took that have been able to post some good results in terms of dealing with what is there. Because the majority of people think the biggest problem you will face in business when you are thriving is competition. But the proponents of Blue Ocean Strategy say no, it is not competition. It is your ability to create uncontested market and render competition irrelevant. I don't know if you can repeat that. Create what? Uncontested market and render competition irrelevant. So I think I'll end it at that stage, and I will be able to ask if there is any question. I'm also interested if there is, especially if there are any young entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs, even if you are not young. Personally, myself, I'm quite old. But I always think that I'm always challenged every time I see the Gen Zs doing something good. I'm like, I would like to be with them, I would like to be ABC. And so, if you have a specific item, I think you can drop it to the Biashara team. Let's engage, because we can't finish everything in one sitting here. And there are diverse people here, so we can look at a specific something and we can find out if we can advise also. I think that's it. Thank you.
Let's give him a very nice, please, let's appreciate it. So is there anyone with a question? Yes, there's a question there.
So Apple, the company, has recently been shifting into services such as AI integration and things like spatial computing. So I wanted to ask you, how are you positioning your business to adapt to these technology changes that Apple is adopting?
Good. Do I respond to that or we take more?
Is there another question so that you can respond to?
Maybe I deal with that.
Any other question? Okay, you can deal with that, Mr. Benson.
Good. So, we are not just agents for Apple, as such. We chose Apple as a platform for us to deliver our business model to the end customer. One of the things, for example, if you talk about technology, you know a company called IBM. IBM is one of the biggest and the oldest technology players. So what they did, at one point, they sold the PC division to Lenovo, so they don't now manufacture hardware. And they focus on enterprise solutions and government staff and BBC. But what they are doing, they are offering a choice for the end customer to choose, to say, we can deliver the choice on a MacBook or an iPad, or we can deliver the choice of IBM services on HP or Dell or Chrome or any other solution. So I would look at it and maybe reframe it the other way. Because I think the direction you are taking is like, the world is going digitization and all this. Then what is the future of this guy who is busy just selling hardware gadgets? Remember, if you looked at my slides, any one of them, you will see we have targeted ourselves as service what? Provider. Hello? So, service is the only thing that is immune even from the effects of globalization and digitization. If your specs need for you to replace the glasses, you must go to a specific place to replace the specs. You cannot download the glasses and fix them on yourself. So what we have done as Mac and Home, we have put a very strong emphasis on services. In fact, as we are talking at the moment, and some of the partners we have, of course, Apple is a leading one, but we have, for example, Jamf, which is basically and purely a software solution that we are trying to work with. We have Wacom. You have seen, in the old days we used to have blackboards, and then we became with whiteboard. Now people are talking of smart screens. But with a solution like Wacom, it puts all those aside and it gives you a pen tablet, where as a teacher, instead of me going to touch, because when I'm touching here, the class is looking at me in the back and they are not concentrating, I can simply project, sit down, not standing like this, because you get tired when you're standing as a teacher. So there are these solutions that we're taking out there to see what is there. So yes, we are in services. We have just set up an Apple authorized training center at Strathmore University in conjunction with the US Embassy and the Department of Engineering, Professor Kutime. Why are we doing this? We are doing this because we want to bring the coders here in the country for the young people to start creating apps that are tailored for this market that can then run on the Apple platform and other devices like Android and Windows. I don't know if I answered. Yes, thank you. Anybody else? Was a question? I think I'll donate my time to donate any other time if it's remaining to him, and maybe trade it in for something. But I hope you have taken something. If it is confusing, please reach me out. We can discuss. If you have any underlying questions, let me know. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate him once more. Thank you so much, sir. He has donated a bit of his time to me, Sidio. And there's something that he has said: if you don't talk about your business, how will your clients know about your business? And I'm sure some of you, I think I have not talked about my business, what we do. So there's a TPC that I would like you to watch. So this is what we do at Biashara Leo.
It began as a voice for the hustler, a platform to spotlight bold moves, smart risks, and everyday victories. From ink to influence, Biashara Leo magazine became a trusted companion to entrepreneurs across Kenya. But times changed, so did we. Biashara Leo Digital was born to connect
The other one, please. As we ask our next presenter to prepare herself, I think I feel privileged to meet her because I've watched her conversations before on TV. So I never knew that we were going to meet. They say it's a small world. So I'm very privileged to meet her today physically. And Ruth, I think we will talk after this. We'll talk after this. So are you ready? Okay.
This is Kenya. Fast, fearless, full of ideas. And when it comes to business news that actually gets it, there's one name you can trust. Biashara Leo Digital, your business club, your hustle partner, ranked 6th among Kenya's top business news sites and climbing. From game-changing startups to sample success, from market moves to street smarts, we bring you the stories that matter. No fluff, just business. Wherever you are, whatever you do, if you mean business, we've got you. Biashara Leo Digital. Read, rise, repeat.
Wow, you should clap for us. So basically, that is what we do. We have 3 platforms. We have Biashara Leo Magazine, we have Biashara Leo Digital, and Biashara Leo Digital, being ranked 6th in the country, is not a mean feat. This includes including major or mainstream media. And also StunnerBiz, this has been our 2nd event. We are just getting started. So right now, I'd love to welcome our next speaker. But just before that, let me give you a brief history about her. Her name is Ruth Nyanji. She is a digital transformation strategist. She'll be handling the topic, digitizing circles. Now, Ruth is a digital transformation strategist and money coach with over 20 years experience. Previously worked with Big 4 audit firms in technical areas of standards and frameworks. Now she enjoys working with organizational functions to meet world-class criteria in leadership through technological innovations to achieve next-level organizational success. Her bias is financial services sector, but still has advised across sectors in Africa, Europe, United States of America, and Middle East. She is a thought leader in business and economic matters and does that through various shows on TV and also radio. She pioneered money conversations, a networking forum to discuss money issues that cut across sectors and individuals. She also sits on several boards. Now, you've heard she pioneered money conversations. That's why I'm saying I'm looking for her. Because my second name is Kamau, and you see, I name is Kenyanji. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome my sister, Ruth Kenyanji. Karibu sana. Welcome.
Thank you, Kamau, and thank you. Let's give him a good hand of applause. Introduction. I'm Kenyanji, as he said. I wear many faces, and some we're going to be discussing today. Of course, it is the digitization of sectors in Kenya. I've previously worked in technical accounting in the areas of frameworks and the hard stuff accounting, especially in the financial services sector, where most of the people fall in today. And most of circles, banks, to a little extent insurance companies, MFIs. And what really is amazing me today about today's conversation is it is speaking to a sector that I love so much. When Dr. Hassan was here, he said 70% are youth, 35 and below. The new millennials Kamau and the rest of us, we fall into a 15%. However, in the 70% that was spoken to about earlier, 80% of that is unbanked. And youth, there are still, most of them that are not employed. I do economic analysis, and whenever I look at these statistics, I look at one of the major areas Kenya can take advantage of is digitization. Why do I say digitization? Because digitization is what is going to set our youth apart from the rest of Africa. So today, when we speak about digitizing circles, and I've studied the circles for a very long time. When Dr. Hassan was just going, I was reminding him, I did the first digitization for Steamer Circle more than 12 years ago, when I was still in the Big Four audit firm at KPMG. And I was asking him, do you still use that system? And what really made me happy is that they still use that system. Meaning, once digitization has happened, it solves a lot of issues, and it doesn't also get easily outdated. So, the importance of digitization is because, one, when I look at the Kenyan sector, the young people, the Gen Zs who are on TikTok, or you millennials who are on Facebook and IG, you can be able to follow up on a lot of issues while digitized. However, I want us to carve today's conversation in. Is it working for you to ensure that as digitization happens, also at the same time there is monetization and financial planning, which are my core areas. I do a lot of strategies, personally for many organizations, actually for the major sector sector. I do a lot of corporate strategies, marketing strategies, but one of the things that has really kept me looking up is a digital, when I do digital transformation strategies. And I want to give you some statistics from our first slide. So, we have in Kenya over 22,000 registered circles. Did you know that? Mashinani and circles, why not for the last 5 years when they have started being keenly regulated? They were not known, and they worked on trust. And actually, out of the 22,000 registered ones, only a small portion of around 400 that are regulated by SASRA. So you can continue seeing out of that major circles are still not regulated. However, digital transformation is a conversation that has to continue going on and on and on. It's an everyday affair. Actually, I was talking earlier today, actually in one of my conversations recently, because we're in the process of the country's budgeting process, and I do a lot of analysis of that. And one of the things I was telling them last week is, if the country's leadership does not concentrate on the 80% of the Kenyans that needs liberation, it's going to be very difficult, or digitization is going to be very difficult even to talk about democracy. Why? Because democracy has to first be talked about by digital democratization. And that is what is going to ensure that you can be able to see or convert what Kamau was saying, money in your pocket. So, 14 million Kenyans, what percentage is that? If we are saying we have 50 people in the population, let me tell you, the 14 million people are the ones that are considered unattractive. Even banks will not take them, they are unbanked. And circle sector is able to cut across 14,000 people who are considered to be not so attractive. Actually, I've had the iPhone, is it Mr. Musala? Yeah, I'm right, yeah? Mr. Musoga has talked about startups. But Mr. Musoga, 14 million people in Kenya of the startups that you're talking about fall under SACCOs. And the transformation through technology represents a crucial opportunity to Kenya economic growth and financial democratization. Right now we can say there's always an analogy that money is with a few Kenyans. And I normally, when I do economic analysis, I normally say, but the people spurring economic growth for this country are not with the top that hold the dollar, but with the millions that are spending less than $1 a day. So, why should we then, Mr. Musoga, why then should we be so keen about startups and the need to digitize? One of the most important things for Kenyans like you and me is the safety of your money. How safe is the money? How can you be able to convert it easily into a way that can be monetized? It was mentioned here earlier about one of that platform that fell like 2 weeks ago and went with millions. And of course, digitization is what is going to help us differentiate the real money and the wrong financial decision that Kenyans make. However, as much as there are many these bad decisions we can say they happen at the top, but still there are millions of these financial decisions that also happen at our level. And do you know why digitization is a key issue? Or it's a key area that we should focus in, especially in financial services and in SACCOs where we serve the common mwananchi, is because I know everyone here, whether at the back or here, they want to be financially stable, isn't it? Is it that the bottom line? Mr. Musoga, you talked about the balance sheet. The bottom line is money, not even the profit. Cash flow is king, isn't it? And that is what we are going to speak about today. You can go to the next slide. I'm going to make it brief. This is just a snapshot of the Kenyan economy, okay? 35% of national savings is controlled by Kenyan SACCOs. 35. Let me tell you, if I've always heard of a previous study that has, I don't know if this study has ever been completed, but the impact, one of the things that the ministry or the movement has always wanted to know is the impact the money it pulls normally brings back to the economy. And one of the things they have been trying to evaluate is the 35% that comes from SACCOs. What impact does it create to the economy? From where I sit, in my association and working with SACCOs, which I've done for the last 10 years, I can tell you, education of most people in the rural sector, most of the running of businesses of Nairobi happen through SACCOs. Growth of businesses, retirement planning, which is a key thing, all those happen through SACCOs. Why then are we saying that digitization is a key factor in SACCOs? Because they provide the largest impact that this country needs to see. Actually, most of the spurring of economic growth in cities outside Nairobi, most of the money is through SACCOs. I was looking at the story of Stima SACCO, and there's one slide they had a road on how they have moved, and there was development of FOSA. And in the development of FOSA, many institutions of SACCOs are said to be the only banking institutions in the area that they operate. So, SACCOs offer more than 500 billion in loans that are annually disbursed or more. Actually, when I was looking at the end of last year, they were saying SACCOs hold in asset base more than 1 trillion. So you can tell how much of the budget that is. If we are talking about, I saw the national budget was reduced slightly below the 4 trillion. But now we are saying SACCO holds almost 1 trillion in asset base. You can see how important that is. And of course we have the 22 plus registered SACCOs. In Nairobi only, they say we have more than 400 registered SACCOs. So you can see how still, and even in the registration of SACCO, there is still many people that are unbanked, and that is why the emergence of the microfinance sector is still there, because there is so much gaps that needs to be filled when it comes to money. Okay, we can go to the next sector. The first border I ever sat was for one of the, I think the third largest microfinance in Kenya a few years ago. And you could tell the need, the appetite for money in the Kenyan context. And today, you can still continue seeing the appetite for money in Kenya, even through the digital lending providers that have come out. Whichever it is, whether it's Fuliza or otherwise, there's still a lot of appetite for money. So, what are the key challenges? And when I speak about all this digitization of SACCO, we are looking at, and I'm not going to belabor what Dr. Hassan said because he went through my notes a lot. How can SACCOs continue improving their services or taking services closer to their member? And if SACCOs can be able to answer that questions, then the issue of meeting their budgets, and actually it was said here that SACCOs do not compete. So it means that that can be an edge that can bring those SACCOs that are going to go ahead of digitization, an edge to reach and to better reach the markets that they're looking for. And also be able to meet markets that have not been reached. I can call them emerging markets in Kenya. And one of the other things that I had earlier, the reason you decided to join a SACCO, and I've been a member of a SACCO for the longest. I've sat in a board of a SACCO for the longest. And I can tell you, there is still major opportunities that can bring many gaps or many people on board for SACCOs. And that can only be done through one thing: trust. Digitization brings deepened trust. And it is through trust that people are able to join organizations. Accessibility. Of course, one of the things that digitization brings is operational efficiency. Having been able to turn around things faster, better, and efficiently. Alone does not have to take 2, 3, 4 weeks. It can take 2 days or even a day. Some organizations that are even more digitally, it is instantly up to a certain level, depending on the things. So it means that even products can be offered that are more efficient and accessible to members. So, no, you've gone fast. I can go back? Yes, there. So, of course, there was a lot of fraud vulnerability. I cannot even go back to the fraud issues in the SACCO sector. There has been so much. Just yesterday, was it yesterday? I was watching one on the TV station, and I was seeing one SACCO somewhere where I will not mention. And the directors of that SACCO, the members during the AGM were so hostile, they were taken to court,
and they have been told for the next 10 years they can never hold reputable positions in financial services organization. Why? Because previously, right now, it might not be very easy to hide some of the things that were being hidden before. Digitization comes to uncover some of the biggest fraud. Timekeeper, you let me know if I'm off. And of course, previously there was a very limited member access. With the kind of openness that has come through digitization and the fact that Kenya is such a digitally, a very digital market, people cannot be able to hide things. The publication, the regulation. Previously there was a lot of things that can be hidden, but not anymore. Right now, things have to be done the way they're supposed to be done, and there will be, of course, a lot of information will go to member. Previously that was very restricted, and of course there was a lot of limited service delivery. I'll go to the next. So, what are the benefits of digitization? Whenever I go for an organization and I'm pitching for a digital transformation strategy kind of a work, what are the kind of the benefits that I will always try to say that an organization is going to reap, especially in that sector? Of course, cost reduction. I will not even believe Dr. Hassan said that, of course, there's a lot of cost, initial cost, and it's an investment, whether it's for purchasing an ERP, whether it's for filling gaps that need integration to the ERP or the core banking system, whether it's the resource availability, but that is first just the cost reduction. Cost reduction is going to be realized over a period of time. And of course, the initial investment cannot be ignored. However, the benefit will span for a very long period of time. And I can tell you, when I was asking Dr. Hassan whether they still use a system I installed for them many years ago, and he said yes, you can see that there's still a lot of cost reduction, and that is a whole, a report that has been done in 2023. Of course, there's a lot of, actually 40 to 60% in terms of costs. Okay? Duplications of services, duplication of work. There's improved service. Just the day before yesterday, the circle that I am in, they sent us text and they say, we are going to be closed tomorrow, which was yesterday and it was a public holiday. Just communications that comes wherever I am and I'm able to be aware. Of course, there's a lot of improved member access, whether in real time or mobile information, and it can bring better financial planning. And I know one of the things that organizations and circles will always do a lot is member education. And member education can really be improved through digitization and just ensuring that members can be able to do more about it. And they can be able to access something called personal financial management. Compliance. Right now there's increased compliance. Mr. Musonga was talking about financial statements. But right now, Mr. Musonga, in such a world, the ratios that need to be complied with are so much. And digitization will help actually enhance ease of compliance, improve records and transparency, even in financial reporting. You're going to be able to know whether they are right or wrong. So what I'm trying to say is that digital transformation is imperative, is a decision that cannot be ignored. It cannot afford to be ignored. And of course, growth opportunity. Any circle right now, I've seen a lot of aggression in the circle in the last few years, actually the last 3 years. And there's a lot of growth, advertisement, and taking new markets. And one of the growth, any circle that is not going to put themselves in an area of digital transformation, then it's going to be left behind. Because right now, members are looking for good services and better services. You can go to the next one. These are stories, the local stories in Kenya only. Digitization help in reduction or cutting of reduction of an even customer actually processing time of whether loans or anything. They normally cut all that processes by more than half at 55%. And you can see member satisfaction goes all the way to almost 50%, which right now stands at 40%. How about that? In Uganda, of course, which is in the region, can be ignored. They have saved by that 12%, and they are still coming along. I can see in Africa, Kenya, we are way much better when it comes to the SACCO sector. And of course, the mobile money integration. I know most SACCOs now pay their dividends with their M-Pesa or their FOSA account. Many people will access services by M-Pesa or other mobile integration. They will pay their deposits through member, especially for the MSME sector. I know some SACCOs have payroll, like Dr. says they have more than 400 employers who have their payroll. But MSME sector, which is the biggest and which SACCO is taking, most SACCOs are taking, most even their deposits through digital transformation. You can go to the next. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. Of course, obstacles, I think whenever there is any introduction of anything, there will always be a lot of resistance. It was said earlier here that culture will always eat strategy for breakfast. But before that, there are a lot of limitations to, of course, digitization. And one of it is their perceptions of the high investments, initial investment, especially when starting. They cannot be ignored, but benefits are spread across many years ahead, okay? The digital literacy gaps, especially because, but I do not, whenever I hear about digital literacy gap, I can't see it like big George in Kenya. The reason why I say that is because even an old person right now is able to operate on their phone. It is even better when it comes to their money issues. They are so much into their money issues, So that gap is still going down, and it is even worse to the generation Alpha that we were being told. Those people are able to operate gadgets like anything else. So some of these things that we are talking about, they are going to be phased out. When I say about high initial investment, that subject is very subjective. Because what is high, especially because for digital transformation, especially because most organizations or most SACCOs are growing every day independently. And it is not even a lot based on what SACCOs have lost, say for example in fraud and other issues. So there's still a big opportunity to operate digitally for any SACCO. There is a lot of data security concerns, but I normally say risks are mitigated. Any advantage. We used to say in business school that high returns, high risk, high return. There has to be a level of risk of mitigation, and data security concerns are there. Cybersecurity threats, and of course requirement of robust protection. And that actually falls clearly under the obligation of the organization. Recently, the Data Protection Act has come up, which is really helping to cater with some of these risks that come to organizations. And still these are areas, emerging areas, but still that are really important because every day there is digital transformation. There is a lot of digital advancement, and all that needs to be taken care of. And of course, change management. They normally say change is inevitable. Even if you can resist that change as much as you can, there is going to be a point where that change will still overtake you. So the earlier digitization can get started, the better. We can go to the next one. Should be the last one, if I'm not wrong. So roadmap, I'm a student of strategy, and I normally teach it even personally. And one of the things I normally teach people is on personal strategy. And let me tell you, everything is doable and possible. Very doable. But none will be accomplished without proper strategic planning. Strategy is what people will come in social areas and say intentionality. I'm being deliberate on ABCD. I've decided that I'm going to do ABCD. And strategy is something, whether as a corporate or an individual, you have to work on every day. Because strategy is what makes you win. Whether it's a corporate strategy, whether it's a digitization or digital transformation strategy, that is very, very important. I normally review and look or even help organizations in doing strategies. And that's what I do actually largely for a living. But one of the things, this is an area, if you don't open up, then you'll not be able to know what you're missing. More so because of what falls in a strategy. The whole SWOT analysis, knowing what is your strength and your weakness, appreciating opportunities and of course threats, and reaching to a point that an organization and circle can ask itself those hard questions. Okay? Understanding the macroeconomic factors that surround it, those are things that cannot be ignored. Okay? Of course, technology partnerships. Okay? Being in the digital sector for a very long time, I know that anything is about partnership. But a partnership also comes to a point that is a relationship of trust. And working on that and streamlining it to work. You can say that maybe money is a lot that is going, but there can be partnership. A circle does not have to be left behind because of any reason that is given. There's a lot of people are willing to partner and collaborate. And I've seen in the flyer today, their system or system companies that are there. There's a lot of collaboration, and everything is collaboration. And that is something that can be worked with. Actually, partnerships are the order of the day, and actually they work towards organizations' success. Member training, there has to be a lot of that. Member training in terms of the new services that will need digital interventions, So there has to be a lot of educations, And also I normally say phased implementation. Everything doesn't have to happen at once. In my initial, when I left the Big Four audit firm and I went to private practice, one of the things that I did, I used to train some institute. I won't talk about an international institute on project management. And one of the things that I used to understand through that is that everything can be done slowly. And anyone who has done project management understands a small graph called Gantt graph, where you just have to, it's like you play and understand what you can be able to do first as the other one follow. But at the end of the day, everything can be able to be done continuously. And I think to leave you with is that the future of circles, not only the future of circles, but the future of any financial institution in Kenya and beyond is going to be anchored through digitization. It's an imperative subject and it cannot be ignored. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate her one more time. Thank you so much, Ruth. I don't know, is there anyone who has a question? Yes, Cynthia, if you can help me with that, please. As we prepare for our next speaker, because of time, we will have to move our panel discussion to after we have our lunch. So kindly let's have the question.
So my question is, from her experience, what would be the digital gaps that we are missing as SACCOs, especially when it comes to member experience, and what does she think we can do better as SACCOs?
Thank you. That's a very good question. And there's a lot that can be done. First, one of the things that are normally ignored, I'll talk both from a member perspective and from an organizational perspective. So internally, one of the things that I've seen being overlooked a lot is the whole issue about paperless work, digital movement of a paperless kind of flow, so that people are not running with papers from one office to the other, leading to delays. Okay, so document management systems. Okay, and the fear of that, and the fear of loss of jobs that can come with that, and also I can call it the whole issue about the operational efficiency or disefficiency that comes with that. So I think that is one of the areas that is really ignored by SACCOs. The second area that is really, really ignored is the whole spectrum of customer service, and being at a point of ensuring that customer issues can be handled real time as we go. There's no issues that are being delayed, and if they are being delayed, they can be able to be solved as soon as possible. And let me give you an example. Organizations in the United States, we've seen even in Kenya, they have brought their CRM kind of institutions just to handle issues. And one of the things that SACCOs ignore is the feedback that comes from members in terms of customer service. Because I've seen, whenever those are handled very well, they can even be able to tell you some of the products that you can offer, just to fine-tune and to ensure that you can be able to customize that down to members. So that is number one. When it comes to members' education, of course, prompt information. Information is power. By allowing members to give to you that feedback as soon as possible, it mitigates risk. It's a risk mitigation area that can be able to open an area of growth. Okay? I want to give an example on that, on two tech giants like a few years ago. And what happened is, one just took feedback better and one delayed in responding to feedback. So, allowing those members to give feedback, educating them and allowing them to even dictate the areas they want to be trained in is a plus. Sometimes organizations, I've seen SACCOs, they just dictate, this is what you're going to be training area A or area B. But maybe necessarily that's not what that area needs. So listening and working on that feedback and returning that as a solution is going to help SACCOs grow faster and better. And also it's going to give you a key or an advantage, in terms of best customer experience. Remember, SACCOs also, there's a lot of referral business. So that cannot be ignored, because if I'm a satisfied member, then I will be able to tell somebody and tell somebody and tell somebody. That kind of referral cannot be ignored. It is even worse, that kind of referral in organizations where people have checkoffs. People will know which organization is doing better. And movement to your bottom line will go more to you because of how best people think that you are as an organization and your interaction with your members. I hope I've answered. Okay.
Hi, Ruth. Edwin Miner. I run a software and digital marketing agency, and I'm in the business. Let me just introduce myself once again. I'm Edwin Miner. I run a software and digital marketing agency, and I'm in the business of digital transformation. 70% of my clients are SMEs, and 30% are enterprises. From my research, the bigger market is in the SMEs because of most of them haven't digitized. And one of the challenges I face in my business is the factor of the initial investment. And you have a solution for a client who's an SME, but they cannot avoid it. How can you advise for me to go around that? Because also in Kenya there isn't a lot of financing option in that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And more so because I also experience it in one way or the other. And just maybe our markets are quite just slightly different. So one of the things that when I decided or when I was experiencing such challenges in the of course consultancy space, one thing that I did is do a study to help me understand. And one of the things that I did is go through the whole spectrum of the ICT organizations that serve SACCO. That is one thing. And one of the things that I can tell you right now is to, whenever you are giving solutions, ask yourself critical questions in terms of the information that is coming from whatever sector that you are in. If it's MSMEs, what are they looking for? Is there such a person in the market? How much are they charging? That is number one. Are there developers who can be able to come to that level? Of course, maybe at minimum, but at a mass, because 80% is a big number. Number three, is there a way there can be collaboration, partnership and collaboration with the SMEs and that partner? That is something also I can find. And depending on the areas that they are in, and from the places I sit in, I think there are many that you can be able to find, that you can be able to fund that can be affordable. And with better collaboration, the way I was saying, collaboration with tech companies, you can be able to offer solutions to your organization and there can be a pooling. Remember, even the SACCO sector is a pooling kind of sector, right? That is number one. So I did a study because as we go along for each one of us here, if you want to serve in the area that you are better, ask yourself critical questions and let research be part of you. Because remember, research is not really something we were taught in school. It's not even encouraged nowadays. Even those universities that used to do a lot of research, it kind of has gone down. You know, nowadays as long as you have a degree, but we haven't been given an opportunity to ask critical questions that are affecting markets. Whether you do that research on your own, or whether you engage, but it's better when you do it alone because you know the market that you're serving. So I analyzed all the digital solution providers in the SACCO sector. I know, I have feedback from people they serve. I know the initial cost and investment. And that way, I can be able to serve my customer based on what solutions they're looking at. And also, it can give me an edge to make partnership opportunity between where the need is and where the opportunity is, and match those two. However, I don't think it's going to be something that you can say it's a walk in the park. It's just a whole thing that you're going to be working towards every day, but more so ensuring that you're giving your customers best services, especially the MSMEs. They can be seen like they don't have that money, but remember they are the majority. There can be pooling. And there are many people, I've met many developers who want to serve MSMEs. And with that in mind, it's a solution you actually can bring as a value add even to yourself when you're serving this organization. So you make sure that you serve at your best, you give them the best, and through that best, they can also become the best in whatever areas that they are. They can be the best, and you can be able, even from where you sit, to see growth in each one of them. I don't know if I have answered that. It can be a good area. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate our Hassan.
Thank you so much, Ruth, for that wonderful presentation. She's still with us, so if you have any burning questions, she'll be here to answer your questions. So right now, I'd love to welcome Caroline. Now, Caroline, I don't need to maybe talk about her. I'm sure she's going to introduce herself. Now, the reason why we honor this lady is because I remember that some time back, we went for training with George at her place. She's one of the best trainers, by the way, that's what I can say. And this event that you are holding today was just an idea by that time. And she has been really encouraging us, and finally it has come to fruition. So I don't want to waste any more time. Let's welcome Madam Caroline. Karibu sana. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is 1:05 p.m. Usually people who present at this time say that I am standing between you and lunch. But what I want to reassure you is that I am not standing between you and lunch, because the conversation we are having now is the lunch. Because how much more delicious can it be to talk about customers and customer experience and customer service and all things customer. This is the lunch. Gourmet lunch. Delicious lunch. Turn to your neighbor and say, we are having great lunch. We are having great lunch. Welcome to this conversation. If we can put up that presentation, it will be great. So what do we want to talk about this afternoon? What do we want to talk about? Our main agenda for this forum is leveraging digital solutions for business growth. But we have a subtopic there about curating and maintaining, not just curating, but curating and maintaining customer experience excellence in this digital revolution. And as we ask ourselves, we must absolutely always start with why. If you don't start with why, then you don't know what you're doing, why you're doing it, how you're doing it, when you're doing it, for whom you're doing it. We should always start with why. So what's our why? Why are we spending this time, this lunchtime, talking about customer experience and the digital revolution? Why? Why? Turn to your neighbor once again and ask them why. Ask them why? No, you don't look like you're asking. Ask with a lot of passion. Why? Yes, I can hear the whys. This is why a satisfied customer is the best, underline the word best, business strategy of all. And all the speakers who have spoken right now, up to Ruth, have talked about this. A satisfied customer will bring you more customers. A satisfied customer will bring referrals. A satisfied customer will be your advocate. A satisfied customer will be a walking billboard. You don't even need to advertise. They'll just be calling your relatives, friends, networks, speaking about your solution everywhere they go. You don't even have to talk about it yourself. A satisfied customer will rescue you. You know, sometimes you need to be rescued. Things will go bad. They will. Fact, they will go bad. It is a satisfied customer who will be saying, this is just a minor interruption. I've been with this service for the past X years. I trust them and rescue you. And so this is why, absolutely why. And because we have been sitting for so long, I would like to ask you to stand up, and please walk 5 steps in any direction. If you're sitting 2 of you in a table or 1 person per table, please join a table that has more people, because we want to do something small to do with the customers. Shift temporarily. Yes, I can see you've gone over and above and you're greeting people. That's okay, it's fantastic. said, please have a seat. If you are sitting alone or sitting two of you or three of you, please join somebody else. Join somebody else. Join another table. Let's have a seat. It's good to stretch and it's good to get circulation going. Because what we are about to eat, we need to create space. So you have created space for this conversation. We are having lunch. Remember, this is lunch hour. Let me see, even the team at the back who are sitting no tutus, please join temporarily, join us temporarily, join a table somewhere, you go back later, back to your base. There's a table with just 3 people there, you're too few, please join others, if you're 3 of you, you're few. Let's see, yeah. Okay, great. My table at the back, I'm not leaving you, my people. See, chef, you are too few. Oh, people joining you? Ah, they're joining you. Great. Okay, super. This is what we want to do. We are going to talk about digital customer experience. We are going to connect the dots, and then we are going to talk about the next steps. Because if we have a discussion and we don't talk about next steps, the discussion didn't happen. If you have a meeting, and in that meeting there's no action planning, then that meeting was a social. So we will talk about next steps as we go along. So to kick us off, we have a quick fire. Please say quick fire. Quick fire. Please nominate a secretary in your group who is going to put down the responses. Choose a name for your group, and then choose a secretary for your group that's going to put down the responses. I think that table has way too many people. Let's break you up into 2. I think you're 10. You. 5 of you join another table. This table, I want to separate you. The ones who have their backs to me, you need to see me. So sit at another table where you can see me. Eye contact is very important. In customer experience, we talk about eye contact all the time. So please start your own table or join another table. Do you want to start your own table or do you want to join another table? Right. Now this table. You are now few. Please join. Where will you join? Join the table at the back, one of you with CP and Chef. And then the lady in a lovely pink dress, or is it peach? You know nowadays colors are very, is it mauve? Yeah? Who will you join? I think we'll take you back to your table. No, we'll join the table over there with the steamer people. Please join them. Do you welcome her, Team Steamer? Yes, please welcome her. All right, these are the guidelines for our quick fire. We have a quick fire. Quick fire! I am only going to repeat the questions twice. I will not repeat again. Discuss in your teams and write down the answer. If the answer is true, write true. If the answer is false, write false. If it's a multiple choice question like number 5, you will say 5A or 5B or 5C or whatever. Are the instructions clear? Yes. Are the instructions clear? Yes. Do I repeat the instructions or we are good to go? We are good to go. All right. Here comes the quick fire, quick fire, quick fire. TikTok is the most used social media app in Kenya. True or false? True or false? Is TikTok the most used social media app in Kenya? True or false? True or false? Going once, going twice. We have moved to question 2. Question 2. Remember we said it's a quick fire? Yes. Yes. Question 2. In Kenya, the gig economy in Kenya is estimated at 14 billion and is going to grow at 33% per year. True or false? Write it down in your tables, write it down, the secretary in the table, write down the answers. We are in question number 2. We are in question number 2. We are in question number 2. Discuss. Is this true or is this false? Right, moving on. Question number 3. Natural language processing, NLP, is the most commonly used technology to measure excellence. And so, is NLP the most commonly used technology to measure customer sentiment? Is this true? Is this false? Is it false that NLP is most commonly used, or is it true? Put down the answer, put down the answer. If your secretary is writing down the answers. Question 4. What is the most widely used metric or measurement tool to measure customer experience excellence? The tool, the measurement, the metric. Which one is that? You know it. You know it. You're always asking your customers this thing. This one is not a true or false, so I give you a minute or two to think about the answer and write it down. Write it down, write it down, write it down, write it down. Okay, all right. Have you written it down? Have you written it down? Have you written it down? We are now in question number 5. Question 5. Excellence. We are here talking about excellence in the digital revolution, excellence in business, excellence in customer experience. So, is excellence A or B? Is excellence being truly very best at something, or is excellence possessing good qualities in a high degree? Is it A or is it B? What is excellence? Excellence. And we are here today, the whole day. We are here because we are thriving and striving and moving to excellence. So is excellence A or is excellence B? Alright, moving on with our quick fire. Those who wake up early are able to get more things done than those who wake up later in the day. Mapema ndio best. Is Mapema best or is Mapema not best? Is this true or not true? Are the early birds those that get things done or not? Is it A? Is it true or is it false? Alright, I can see you debating in your teams. We are now in question 7. Question 7, 5 more to go. There are 12 questions. In listening, 55% is body language, 38% is voice, 7% is the words. True or false? 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 Let me move on because I can see some people trying to be the Mac and more movement and looking for Google this, Google that. And so therefore, true or false about body language, 55, 38, or 7. That was question 7. Question 8. Do you know that voice that says, this call will be recorded for quality purposes. This call will be recorded for training and quality purposes. Is this a breach of data protection? Is this against the Data Protection Act? True or false? Is this against GDPR, the global one? True or false? All right, we move on to question 9. Question 9 of 12. Question 9 of 12. Multitasking is a much valued skill that we all need to work on and perfect because mambo ni mingi na masaa ni chache. Is this true or false? True or false? We are in question 9. Question 9, put it down, agree as a team, agree as a team. All right, question 10, 2 more to go. We are very optimistic. We've talked about this country. We've talked about the youth in this country taking us forward. Is it more important to see the glass as half full or half empty? Half full or half empty? A or B? Half full, half empty? Because if we don't have hope, then why are we here? Spending our precious time talking about excellence, digital revolution, customer experience. Question 11. Your head and your heart are married. Your heart is more invested in that marriage than your head. True or false? True or false? Your head and your heart are married. That part. And then, the heart is more invested in this marriage than the head. True or false? True or false? My fancy things. True or false? Alright, and our last question for the day, question 12. Leaders are born and they are not made. True or false? Are leaders born or made? True or false? True or false? Alright, there ends our quick fire. Please write your team name at the top and exchange your papers. Exchange your papers. Good people, exchange your papers. Remain as a team. You shall go back to your tables. Exchange your papers. Exchange your papers. No marking your own paper. The server must be open. There must be clarity. Yes, exchange your papers. Alright, ensure that you're not marking your own paper. Okay. Are the papers exchanged? Team? Switch your papers, switch your papers. The exam time is over, no more writing. Switch your papers. Switch your papers. Right, I can see great work going on there. Right, I think we are almost there. We are almost there. Is there any team that has their own paper? We've done a good job of switching them, right? They are switched up. Okay. All right. Which table doesn't have a paper to mark? Here. Here at the front. Okay, so you have your neighbor's papers. Please look at the table next to you and say, neighbor, oh! Mark my paper well, oh! Yes. Look at them with that bombastic side eye. They must mark your paper well. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to the beginning. All right? Here we are. Question number 1. TikTok is the most used social media app in Kenya. The answer is false. The answer is false. Let me tell you why. Many people are looking at me a little bit surprised. Remember, we are talking about the digital revolution. Remember, we are talking about business. Remember, we are talking about how to reach our customers. Remember, we are talking about Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, Millennials, Baby Boomers, Gen Xers, and so on. The most used social media platform, if we remove WhatsApp, yeah, we put WhatsApp aside, you will have me tell you this morning, or is it afternoon, is Facebook and then YouTube. TikTok is the fastest growing. It has overtaken X. It has overtaken many traditional formats and platforms. It is the fastest growing, but it is not yet the most used. So where your customers are, look for them there. Are we together? Yes. All right, mark the paper. Question 2. In Kenya, the gig economy is estimated at 14 billion. This is true. This is true. It's growing at 33% per annum. And so, gig economy happens online. Even if it is a physical event, it is pushed online. That is where it happens. So please look at the gig economy as against other traditional economies. Look at what's happening in the content world. Look at what's happening online and digital. And we meet our customers there. Question 3. NLP is the most commonly used technology to measure customer sentiment. This is true. In fact, the language learning models that Mr. Gamaliel showed us in the morning, DeepSeek, Grok, Cloud, ChatGPT, all of those, they listen to the natural. And when something is unnatural, they pick it out. They listen to the natural way in which that target audience speaks, writes, voices. And when something is not normal, they pick it out. That is why they're able to respond to you like that, because they know the normal tone of what it is that you are asking. So this is true. Question 4. What is the most widely used measurement tool? It is Net Promoter Score, NPS. It's the most widely used. We are trying to get people to use other things because they exist. There's customer effort score, there's customer lifetime value, there is customer satisfaction, but NPS remains the most widely used. You know that question where you ask, from the scale of 0 to 10, how likely are you to recommend your family, your friends, your neighbors to use this product service, to join our brand as a brand ambassador and a partaker, to patronize our establishment? That's the question. That's the NPS question. It has even gotten into government. Nowadays, government is measuring NPS for different services. Counties are measuring NPS for their services. And so it is the most widely used. Okay, question 5. Excellent. Excellent. The answer to question 5 is both. Both A and B. Because excellence, for sure. Excellence is being the very best, and excellence is high quality. High quality. I'm sure you debated amongst these things. Yes, it is both. Alright, question 6. Mapema your best. The answer is false. Why? Do you want to know why? There's only one table that wants to know why. Do you want to know why? Yes. All right. You know there is a movement that says the early bird catches the worm. 5 a.m. club. CEOs are in the office by 4:30 a.m. You've heard those ones? The thing is, truly speaking, we are wired very differently. There are some people who are not morning people at all, no matter how you force it. They load slowly, you know those ones? They load slowly, then at around 11, that is when they start to, they need a coffee. Around 3 p.m. they are firing. This is the time the person is talking to you, answering emails, and they go into the night. When you wake up, you're wondering, this person never slept. Their creativity is highest. So there's early birds and there are night owls. And you cannot make a night owl an early bird. The same for an early bird. If you try to meet this person at 6 in 8, they have expired, they don't want to know. Because they were firing at 4 a.m. So no one understands who you are. No one understands the people you work with. No one understands your customers. So that you don't set a meeting for 7 a.m. for somebody who wakes up at 3 p.m. They will not give you value. So in between the two, if you're at 7 a.m. and somebody's at 3 p.m., make the meeting at 1, you'll have met halfway. But if somebody's an early bird, meet them in the morning, you will get the best out of them. So this is a fallacy, let's do it. Not one shoe fits all, for sure. There are people who work in the nights, and that's their time. Ideas flow. Know your customer, know your people, know your team, know who's around you, know your family. Question 7. In listening, 55%, 38% is voice, 7% is word. This is true. It is true. So as we speak, as we interact with customers, as we do the things we do, this is true. This is true. What we say with our voices and how we behave constitutes 93% of communication. Do you want an example? Team, I know you know this example. Do you want an example? All right, let me give you an example. I need to put the mic down. I hope you can see me. Can you see me? Yes. At the back, can you see me? Can you hear me? Yes. All right. This is what 93% looks like. I am so sad! Am I sad? No. But I'm saying, this one, communicate, we must be very careful about our tone of voice and our bodies. And that is why in every communication, even written, there are emojis. You can communicate, emojis are body language. What is an emoji? An emoji is a body language. That's why you can communicate in emojis and somebody will understand even without writing anything. 93%. So as we get into the digital world, a lot of the digital world is written. Make sure your written communication is not losing what it's supposed to lose. Even the voices. A lot of these voices don't know our African voices. And so we are longing, we are looking for the voice. That lady for Google Maps who says, you have arrived, and you have arrived in the Bundus. You don't even know where are you? Where are you? She has told you here northeastern, right, and then you're like, where? You wish that was a more local voice so that you can feel more reassured, more at peace. So that is number 7. Let's move on. Number 8. This call will be recorded for quality purposes. Is a breach of data protection. The answer is both true and false. Both. The reason being, they need to provide an opt-out. That for sure, if I don't want to be recorded, what do I do? Usually it ends there, and it's assumed to be consent. But what do I do if I don't want to be recorded and I need to call, I need to talk, I need contact center help, we need an opt-out. That if you do not wish to be recorded, do 1, 2, 3. So they are seeking consent, yes, and they're letting you know, yes, and you're proceeding with the call, yes, but where is the opt-out? We do need the opt-out. Otherwise, somebody will wake up one day and the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner will be onto you. So any of us working in any of these spaces, please take note. All right, number 9, multitasking. Multitasking is not a valuable skill. We should not do this. We should focus on our to-do list. We should do one thing at a time. We should concentrate. Otherwise, you will send the wrong email to the wrong person. Autocorrect will embarrass you to death because you are trying to do this, that, and the other. We should not multitask. Many times we sit in interviews and the candidate says, I am able to multitask, I can do this and that, and we just cancel you there. Cancel you and say bye-bye, be gone. You'd rather say that I created a to-do list, it has 15 things. I focus on high priority things. If at the end of the day I'm able to get 5 things done, I will have accomplished. Please do not say you multitask. No. No. You look down? No. Isa, no. Question 10, I think by now you know the answer. Question 10 is both A and B. If you see the glass as half full, very optimistic, this far we have come. If you look at the glass as half empty, it's also optimistic. This far we have to go. Both good? Both very good. So let's not restrict ourselves to half full, half empty. Both work. So as we get into the digital revolution, as we look at AI and tools, as we look at how to optimize our businesses, how to optimize what we are doing, it's both half empty and half full. All right, question 11, your head and your heart are married. They are married for sure. Your heart has more investments in the marriage, that is true. This is where we say that emotional intelligence is more important than IQ. Your EQ is more important than your IQ. So even as we operate online, sometimes EQ departs from us. You can write a very clever message and sound like a professor. And the impact is toxic. So let us, before we send something, if you are not feeling well, ask somebody to read it for you. Because once you've written and sent, it is impossible to bring it back. And in this era of people keeping receipts, not when I can have a receipt. You delete it, but we have the receipt. We have kept it nicely for you. People screenshot. So whatever you do online must be screenshot worthy. That you have written, you have posted, and that is screenshot worthy. If somebody screenshots it, you will stand by it. And our last question for the day, are leaders born or made? Are leaders born or made? Are leaders born or made? Leaders are made. Leaders are made. So the answer to this is false. Leaders are actually made. You might be born with some qualities, like you're very charismatic, you're very extroverted, you're very take charge. But if you do not develop those skills, if you're not able to lead in this space of change and change management and the digital revolution, it will die. All right, mark out of 12, and return the paper to the rightful owner. Please give them comments, see me, or very well done, or whatever. Yeah, please return the paper to the appropriate desk. Any team with 12 out of 12? 12 out of 12? Does your team have 12 out of 12? Have you marked for the other team? And returned their papers to them?
Champion is which team?
Yeah, please tell us the champion team as you pick the papers.
Champion.
12 out of 12.
Eagles have 7.
Eagles have 7, alright. Eagles have 7.
Champion have 8.
Champions have 8, alright.
Highest so far. Steamer 7.
Steamer has 7.
There's also Eagles.
Another Eagle.
7.
7, alright.
Okay. Alpha. 9.
9. Okay, Alpha well done. What else do you have?
We have Lions. Lions. Oh, you're the ones. 6.
Lions have 6, okay.
CV. There's also Stunners. They also have 6.
Stunners have 6, okay.
You've got a new one.
Does everyone have their paper? Wapi. IBC, please check which question is that. Open the server.
Oh yeah, they have 9.
All
so
right.
They've tied with Steamer.
All right. Okay, let's a round of applause for the team. Where are the teams with 9? Please stand up that we may celebrate. Which teams have 9?
Oh, Alpha and
Champions. All right, who is Alpha? At the back. All right, a round of applause for Team Alpha. Let's go. All right, let's get the team. A round of applause for Team Champions. Well done. Those are the teams with great customer experience excellence. But from this quick fact, louder. Yes, I can put it on loudspeaker. I have the loudspeaker. Team Champions have the best customer experience excellence. And what we learned from that is don't wait for anyone to come and toot your horn and celebrate you. You'll be waiting forever. Celebrate yourself. Jichoche. Jipe motisha. Ask for what is yours. Right? Yes. Okay. Let us talk about what has brought us here today. That has brought us here today. That we need to do things differently. We must have customer experience excellence in the entire journey. So let's look at digital customer experience. There is a buzzword around AI. Everything AI, everything AI, everything AI. Everyone who has talked here this morning has talked about AI and digitizing. What can we use this for in customer experience? One is inquiries. Inquiries. Let us see how we can even get WhatsApp to respond to our inquiries. Insights about the customer. Data. In customer experience, we say data is oxygen. It's not even the new oil. Data is oxygen. Without customer data, we are heading nowhere. We analyze the data, we look at what it's telling us. Feedback. And nowadays, it's so easy. You just throw in your feedback forms into one of the language learning models, and it will analyze for you. The most common, I think, that's used is ChatGPT. Get feedback from your customers. Enter that Excel sheet in there. It will show you trends. It will show you what the customer is saying. It will show you what is unusual. It will pick up, please, feedback. We're not talking about complex things. ChatGPT is on WhatsApp. That is how simple it is. Simple. So don't say me I'm not a big corporate. I'm not a blue chip. Please don't. Even me, the hustler, me, the one-woman show, I can ask my customers questions. I don't even have to give them a feedback form because sometimes customers are afraid of that. I just call them. I have my 10 customers I call. I say, hi, this is Carol. I'm calling for 2 things. What can I do better? And what am I doing well that I should continue? 2 questions. I plot them. I feed into ChatGPT, the one on WhatsApp. It gives me a feedback report with graphs, everything. So let us not say that, no, I am too small for this. We are never too small for customer experience excellence. What else do we want to talk about? How do we predict? How do we predict? So customer is saying this. What will they need tomorrow? What will they need tomorrow? Because this is what is happening today. This is what's happening in the environment. So I need to be able to be one step ahead. In fact, in customer experience excellence, we say you need to anticipate, meet, and exceed customer expectations. So how am I going to anticipate if I don't know what you will need tomorrow? So let's anticipate what will be needed tomorrow. And then we personalize. We can use digital to understand this customer likes this one doesn't like this. This customer always starts their texts with, hi, how are you? How did you wake up? How are your children? This one likes to be greeted. Greet them. In fact, sometimes if you don't greet people, it's an issue. The customer will say, this one did not even greet me. And the rest of the interaction will go south. So let's monitor even on text, on WhatsApp, on emails, on chats, on voice notes, however your customer is in touch with you. If they are greeting you, greet them. If they are getting straight to the point, don't come with stories now because you have a script and the script says, greet the customer, ask them about their wellness, proceed to ask them what the issue is. Don't. If this customer is not that type, customize. So we must personalize because customers want personalized services. They want to talk to somebody. We should not lose our humanity in the customer experience excellence agenda online. You will realize how much people have crammed. When people come to the IBR, it says, for this, press 1. For that, press 2. Press 3. Press 4. And to talk to the customer service agent, press 5. The customer, after they've called, they go to 5, without waiting for all of those. They just want to talk to somebody. And because we are Africans are very high context cultures. The African culture is very high context. The European and Western cultures are very low context. You can pass each other on the street. Here we want to be greeted, we want to be hugged. Some people are huggers, some others are go-terrors. You want to be go-terror, you want to be asked how you are, you want to be asked what's going on, you want to talk about the weather, you want to wonder where the rain has gone, it was raining, and March to May is supposed to be rain. Is this climate change? How is Mumbai? We have very high context culture here. So if you remove that because of digital, the customer will not feel well. And 90% of problems are solved through listening to the voice of the customer. Sometimes you're not even solving it. All you're saying is, customer, okay, customer is talking, is an entire conversation. I kid you not. If you want to know that somebody is listening to you, the person says, and they're agreeing with that. Full stop. How will ChatGPT tell you? How? It writes nice things. In fact, people are calling ChatGPT Chat Moo, Chat Babe, Chat Baby. How will Chat Baby give you a five? Because you read it the way you read it. You know when you read a text, you're reading it the way you're reading it. You're not reading it in the voice of that other person. So, as we digitize, we should not let go of the human element. So what are we summarizing? Tailor the customer experiences. And here it is, whatever business you are in, however big or small, provide support. Even if the thing is, I acknowledge, I have heard you, I've listened to you, I've received, I take note of this. Acknowledge. Don't leave someone hanging there. Nature abhors a vacuum. If there's a vacuum, we will fill it in with toxic things. Understand what your customer is saying, even what they are not saying. You remember 99% is silent. What are they not saying? So we need to understand. We've talked about anticipate. Be one step ahead of the customer. Absolutely. One step ahead. Improve the experience. So we are not doing all of these things just to be. Let's improve the experience each time, every time. When you ask the customer 2 questions, we don't need to ask much. Sometimes these feedback forms are so tired. We just need to ask those things. What are we doing very well that we need to continue? What should we stop doing? Customer will tell you. And then from that we improve, we keep on improving and improving. I want to end with something. We have just, I sit with on the Advisory Council of the Institute of Customer Experience. It is the body for customer experience in this nation. The way you have ISPAC for finance, HRM for human capital management, PRSK for public, LSK for lawyers, and so on and so forth. The Institute of Customer Experience is for customer experience professionals. We have just completed a survey on the state of customer experience in the nation and also the state of intelligent customer experience, where intelligent customer experience is about IT, AI, digital, going tech, going automated. Where are we? And we asked one question. This was the question. When it comes to intelligent customer experience and customer experience excellence in general, what is your biggest challenge? This is it. The survey is just coming out, it's being published this week, so you are fast with it. This is it. The highest issue, and remember data is everything. The highest issue here is the complexity in the organization. And then tech, and then budget, and then culture, and then leadership, and so on. So what is causing complexity at the top? Why is complexity the biggest thing? It is because I am in Biashara, even if I am alone, I need the rider, right? The rider who is going to deliver, okay, I have an online shop, I am selling things. I am alone, working from my house. I need to send the rider to deliver to my customer. True or false? The rider is in my organization. Because a rider can mess you up. You have closed the sale. Customer is happy. They have even paid. They're even paying rider fees. And then the rider appears at the doorstep of the customer. And it all heads south. And they don't blame the rider. They blame you. Sasa who is this you have sent to me? Sometimes the rider is so argumentative. Very uncouth. The rider has rung the bell, has knocked. And then when you arrive, the rider tells you, nimesimama hapa muda mrefu sana, kwani unafikiri kazi yangu ni kusimama hapa? Niko na kazi mingi sana. What is that? What kind of customer experience is that? You have spoken well. Convenience is high. You have sold. Customer is happy. You even want them to recommend to others, and then the rider goes and does for you like that. That is the complexity we are talking about there. If it's a bigger organization, it's departments that are not understanding what is this customer experience thing. It belongs to the customer service department. What are these things you are telling us? Me, I'm in finance. Me, I'm in procurement. Me, I'm in HR. They are in ICT. You are the customer-facing person. You need help. You need help. Customer is in front of you. Nobody is coming to your rescue. That's our biggest problem. So when we try to deploy intelligent customer experience, people first, we must get people to understand what this thing is before we can digitize it. So let's go back and audit. Let's go back and audit. Even the casuals we get to work for us, because sometimes we are a smaller outfit and you can't employ people, but you have casuals who do this. Those people are your people. Even third parties. Some of these very big corporates that do fiber to the house, they don't come themselves. They have employed a third party. And then the third party of fiber optic technicians comes to your house, they don't remove their shoes, and they walk all over your carpet with matope, with mud. Are you seeing that picture? You have bought 5G, you bought. And so it's just chaos, utter chaos. So let's look at connecting all the dots. But what is most important is we must understand customer experience excellence before we digitize anything. Otherwise, garbage in, garbage out, we'll be digitizing chaos. I want to leave us with a quote. The quote says, delightful experiences do not happen by default. They don't. Whether they are online, whether they're in person, whether they're on whichever channel, whichever platform. They are as a result of intentional design to ensure that whatever we are doing exceeds customer expectations. And so to exceed customer expectations, we need to know and understand the customers very well. The internal customer and the external customer. And so that's where we end our presentation today. Let us humanize as we digitize. Let's ensure the human element is not lost. And customer experience excellence is humanity through and through. So thank you very much, good people. That's our lunch for today. We can go and top up with the other lunch, but this is the lunch. I trust that you are full. Please, rub your stomach, rub your stomach. Rub your stomach, Central Province. I know the Central Province is working. If your Central Province is somewhere here, you can still rub it. Over to you.
Wow, that was wonderful. Let's appreciate her once more. I don't know, is there anyone with a question? A very burning question for now, because I believe we'll give your contacts. Yes. I told you she's one of the best trainers. She's the one who trains us actually as Asante Media. So you can see products zako Sibaya. All right. Are you ready for now the actual lunch? Are you ready? So I want to see what time is it right now, because we have another afternoon session. It's now 7 minutes to 2. So I think we can come back here at exactly 2:40. So we'll go for lunch for about 47 minutes. That's okay? So that you come and finish the afternoon session. But before we break for lunch, there's a meal voucher. You have to be given a meal voucher, like this one. You'll get it from the table there. And then lunch is served in second floor. Lunch is, we are going to second floor. So you just take the lift, go to second floor, present the voucher, then you can just sit anywhere because it's a bit set up. Alafu pia watu wasikae pamoja from the same company. Let's mingle. Sawa sawa. So we break for lunch. We meet at exactly 2:30. So you can get your meal vouchers from Ruth.
Ziko hapo mnato. Ziko hapo mnato. unafanya pole. Haya. Alafu wale wasema wanataka tena chai nyingine upike.
usichomoe kibo kwanza. Nakia wikala nakia oya. Kwa YouTube. Ya Biashara TV.
Biashara TV.
Tunaendelea.
Negurite George.
Ni kama mwelete. I added 20 more minutes, so it's now 3. Please call your colleagues, please call your seatmate, tell them we want to finish up with our last session. So probably as we wait for the others to join us, good music in strategy. Okay, I think. Okay, for the afternoon session, I'm being advised you have to change your table. You have usikae mahali umekaa kutoka asubuhi. You must change your table. So like watu wa Amika Sitaki kuwaona pamoja. Penina and your crew, tutaki kuwaona pamoja because we want you to interact. There's something that we are going to do right now. Maybe in the next 30 minutes. And you cannot do it when you are seated like this. So find somewhere, at least exchange. Hata mimi natoka kwa ile meza. We exchange. So right now it's time for our panel discussion, and to take us through is Cynthia. So Cynthia.
Hi guys, how are you doing after lunch? How was lunch? Lunch imekuwa poa. Anyway, so it's time for the panel discussion, and because of time, I think I won't read anyone's profile. I'm just going to introduce our panelists, and then I'm just going to call them to the stage, and then they introduce themselves, give a brief overview of what they do, and then they comprehensively introduce themselves. Before that, can we have everyone inside the meeting room? Kama konje kindly at the registration desk tunaweza tusaidia kidogo. Thank you. So our first panelist is Godfrey Ngozo, forward-thinking software engineer and the lead developer at Exhibitor Technologies. I don't know if the tech team has their profile. Okay. Godfrey Ngozo is a forward-thinking software engineer and the lead developer at Exhibitor Technologies. He's known for building scalable platforms that serve the real-world business needs across Kenya, with a key eye on automation, cloud infrastructure, and AI integrations. Godfrey is always a step ahead, exploring what's next in the digital space and turning trends into solutions. Can we have a round of applause for Godfrey Ngozo? Thank you so much. Our second panelist is Stephen Garia. He is the Youth Banking Manager at Kingdom Bank. Kingdom Bank is deeply passionate about designing financial solutions that meet young people, that is the youth, where they are, that is digitally. From mobile-first platforms, he's going to talk all about how Kingdom Bank is building digital solutions for the youth and for the youth and what solutions are responsive to the youth. Stephen is shaping how banks serve Gen Z and millennials, millennial entrepreneurs with speed, empathy, and innovation. Let's welcome Stephen Garia to the stage. Thank you. Thank you. Before I begin, our third panelist is Edwin Minor. He is a visionary tech entrepreneur, founder of Certain Solutions, a firm revolutionizing how African businesses harness data-driven technologies. After gaining global experience in tech, Edwin returns to Kenya to bring the digital gap for SMEs and startups. In 2024 alone, his team automated 22 businesses, launched 2 startups, and generated over 1.5 million in digital leads. Let's welcome Edwin Minor to stage. So Godfrey Ngozo, CEO of Exhibitor, he is the lead developer at Exhibitor Technologies. He will be talking about exploring the latest digital solutions shaping the future. $1.5 million, I mean, correct. That was Edwin, $1.5 million. Godfrey Ngozo will be talking about exploring the latest digital solutions shaping the future, while Stephen Garia will be talking about developing digital banking products that are responsive to the youth needs. And Edwin Minor will be talking about how to develop innovative digital solutions for young entrepreneurs. Is that another mic? Yeah. So can you briefly introduce yourself before we start the session?
So how do you want us to do it? Seated, standing?
Yeah, seated is okay.
Okay. So personally, I don't like the word CEO. It makes you look big, and sometimes business is not as easy as it seems. Though we are not doing so bad, I thank God we've been in business for 10 years. Biashara Leo came to me when I was 2 years, isn't it? I was 2 years old. Yes, I was 2 years old. So my name is Gogo, a twin. That's why our company is called Exhibitor Technologies, because I'm a twin, an identical twin. So my brother is into research and all, then I run the business. We have directors, so that's why I call myself lead developer, because I like to be in tech, I like to be coaching, and it really helps. So I'm a father of two, a daughter and a son. I really enjoy being a parent. For those who are parents, you know how appealing it is. We have dreams when we are young, because I started as a very young guy. But once you become a parent, it harms you to think about their future than yours. So Exhibitor Technologies is a company that focuses on software and consultancy. Currently, we are doing renewable energy, and we've been doing that for the last 2 years. It's been an amazing journey to learn about how solar and wind works and how we're able to generate energy. Now, that is the introduction. Do you need any more keywords or pointers?
I think that's okay because of time, but we will talk about more of your experience later.
Okay.
Yes.
So, may I not sit? I'm not comfortable sitting. Because I want us to do that.
Okay.
To be very honest, once I was told I'm speaking to young people, I came with an idea of Gen Z. That's what I had said once we came here. But now that I've seen we are a mixed crowd, I want us to deal with what is real. What is it that we do? Number one, we're looking at digital solutions that help you run your business. Today we've learned so much. So can I start with the very basics? How much time do I have?
The panel is questions oriented. You can just briefly introduce the topic you are focusing on with 3 minutes.
Great.
Yes.
So I want us to look at it in basic models. This is Microsoft Office, Word, Excel, and PowerPoint generally. Then now we go a bit into communication, that is WhatsApp, email, Instagram, social media. Then we finish with what technology details are there for us to tackle. From AI, VR, that is virtual reality, and then now what reason do we have this big word for using AI, which we have come from AI. We'll tackle and see where we are headed from AI. What do we do as businesses in terms of capturing what is new? I've already interacted with a few members here today. I've seen a lady who's doing braids. She's already in Canva. She doesn't think it's a big thing, but believe you me, it's a big thing to already know how to do your presentation on Canva AI. We look at other max 3 per each category. So as these are things you can do without learning, without having a tech guide. Yes, it is taking business away from our funds, but I believe an empowered customer is a customer who will be able now to reach you more on consultancy, where there is more money than even ever, because if you spend less time and you pay me more per my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gretchen. Yeah, can you briefly introduce yourself and the topic that you will be talking about?
My name is Jenga Garuya. I'm the youth banking manager at Kingdom Bank. I have 10 years experience in banking, but by training I'm a teacher. I've passion for young people. I think I've dealt with young people for the longest, and today we'll be discussing about what Kingdom Bank has to offer for young people, and the way we can be able to partner and walk this journey together. We've had so many bright ideas, but I believe with me, most of the time, we can be given those big ideas, but at the end of the day, you need financing so that you can be able to kickstart those businesses and put those beautiful ideas into action. So that is why I'm here, so that we can see what Kingdom Bank can do for you, and especially as we leverage on digital solutions that we have. Thank you.
I can't wait to hear what Kingdom Bank has in store for the Gen Z and the millennial entrepreneurs. Are you guys ready? Yes. Edwin?
Thank you very much. My name is Edwin Minor. I'm the director at Sargent Solutions. My background, I studied to be a theoretical physicist, sort of Sheldon, but my passion was in technology, and I've been running my company for the last 4 years. I have software engineering experience for the last 6 years, and one of the solutions we offer, aside from helping startups to launch, is digital transformation. A typical day for me is meeting businesses, understanding their pain points, understanding what the problem is, and transforming them to be more productive, more efficient, more accountable, and transforming them. So today I'll be tackling a topic on how to innovate digital solutions, and as we are helping tech startups to launch, this is usually a very big topic because most young entrepreneurs don't know how to launch, and based on the experience we have, we're able to help them from building to digital marketing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Kindly allow me to start with you. You said in your profile that you have helped 22 businesses to digitally transform. So in your experience, what are the key ingredients to building a truly innovative digital product?
So in 2024, we were able to automate 22 businesses. We had, like, as I said earlier, 70% of my customers are SMEs and 30% are enterprises. I feel that digital businesses should have been high, and one of the major factors is the high initial investment cost. And when developing innovative solutions for businesses, it comes down to, number one, usability of the software. Number two, does it solve a problem? Number three, one thing we do before presenting a solution to the client is doing an assessment of how the workforce is tech savvy. This can be soft skills, just trying to see, is this product we're going to give to them, how many can adapt to it? Because one of the major reasons for probably a digital solution failing is resistance from the people. So we usually do an assessment. If we find more than 50% of the workforce has at least soft skills, I usually say we are good to go, because if 50% can be converted, they'll help converting the other. Another factor to consider is from my experience, different businesses have different business processes. It's not one shoe fit all. So the digital solutions we try to offer are made to be more customizable. For example, it can be the fields are not fixed, the processes are not fixed, and having probably drag and drop interfaces to probably edit the pipeline or the process. So customizability is also a very big factor. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was very exciting.
And one of the reasons people come to us is we don't sell the software alone, we also sell the support. What we sell is, even after we've finished deploying the solution. We tell them we are going to hold your hand every step of the way to make sure the solution is adopted. That's how we are able to have long customer value, because the success of the customer is also our success.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful. I think I'll jump to Stephen Garuya on Kingdom Bank and how you're building solutions that are, is it financial solutions, digital financial solutions that are responsive to the youth? I would like to know, what does youth responsive really mean to Kingdom Bank when developing a digital banking product?
Come again.
What a youth responsive solution means to Kingdom Bank when it comes to developing a digital banking product?
At Kingdom Bank, we recently launched a youth banking department. This is because we've discovered, as statistics were being displayed earlier in the day, that 75% of our population is made up of the young people. Therefore, there is a need for us to be able to include them as we make important financial decisions. So what we've done at the bank, we've discovered that so many young people, straight from school or from colleges, nowadays it's the truth of the matter that not many employment opportunities are there. So you find out that so many young people want to start doing businesses. And as they try to do businesses, they do not have the required capital to power those businesses. Most young people are technical savvy. In the various areas they want to access these financial solutions, but they cannot be able to get them. So we'll be very deliberate in creating financial solutions to young people that are one, very accessible. So at the comfort of your house, at the comfort of your school, at the comfort of any place that you are, you can be able to access our digital financial solution. And one of the things we've done is to ensure that traditionally, in one of us here who want a loan facility from a bank, they would require probably to provide what we call conviction security. That is like a logbook, a title deed, or guarantors. Even for the circles that we were discussing earlier in the day, for you to get a loan from these places, at least you need someone to hold your hand. So at the bank, we discovered that asking for a young person to provide such things, honestly, is not going to be possible. So for us, we have come up with a loan product. We are calling it e-credit. This is a product that without having to have any guarantors, without having to have the conventional security, you can actually have that account operated, and within a short period of time, you can be able to access money to run your business.
So just follow up on that. Why the youth? Why that demographic?
First, I began by saying that they form the largest part of our population, and these are the people that are going to be our customers for future. So we want to begin with them early, so that as we move into that future, they're already going to be empowered financially. So we are targeting this category because it's formed the majority of our population.
The majority. So to Godfrey Ngodo, I think you're talking about exploring the latest digital solutions shaping the future. What would you say are the most promising digital trends or technologies currently shaping the SME sector and how they operate?
For the Gen Zs, I don't know the tech guy. Is it that side or that side? The one operating the...
On stream?
Yes.
This one?
Not the camera.
Oh.
Into a PowerPoint. I wanted to open some links. This is for the Gen Zs. Even us, the old ones, the millennials, you want to start a YouTube channel that you don't want your face on. So when YouTube in a database, you know people are making millions of dollars with YouTube and YouTube Shorts, right? So I want the tech guy to open a link, OSSA, OSSA.ai. You can do that on your phone. These are things that are free to access. I want you to open OSSA.ai. What is it that you see? In fact, I want this to be from your side, feedback from your side. What is it that you can see from that AI? Tech guy unatongusha. Napea pressure. So you see, you've opened it. Can I want to be interactive?
Yeah, the website gives you the ability to create videos for social media without you having to film yourself or film your face, which is probably good for content creation.
Perfect. Sitting in yourself, right? That is from part of us. Are we together? Mumeshika hiyo? Haya, number 2, databattle.com. Databattle.com. DATABUTTON.com. I was also a lecturer for a few years. Nimesikia tuko na mwalimu pale anafanya kazi huko bank. I was a lecturer for a few years. And since I was in a tech space, the CEO there on the right said, we were trained more on catching without a lot of practicals, which that was our aim for processing the videos. Actually, it exists. Alpha na CBC na scale of China. Na man is not compulsory and it's compulsory. Have you heard of that? Excuse me, I want us to interact. I don't remember Missouri, but I want us to learn. So, there is data battle. Can somebody tell me what to sing? These are things you learn. AI is meant for you to DIY, do it yourself. So I want somebody to tell me what they're saying. Can I have a shoot? We were discussing what I want you to do it on your phones. Kindly. For us to learn is for us to do these things by ourselves. Can I approach somebody? The head, the gentleman with the blue.
Anybody who's ready? Guys, we are here to learn. So if you're not learning, we'll be at home making money. Sindio, si wote tuko biashara hapa. We'll be at home making money instead of sitting here and not learning it. Are you together? So what can you see? Can I not have?
So that means myself and the CEO there, mumetutoa kazi. Sindio? Because this is an AI making you a software. But remember, this AI is not you need us for consultancy because this is where we come in. We'll teach you how to do prompts. An AI promptly teaching it how to talk to you. Remember the lady from customer satisfaction and all that? Remember, she said an AI cannot read your emotions and all. So prompt, it's you telling the AI how you're thinking or how you want your software. Okay? The third one, tech guy. I don't need to call you tech guy. Crowd AI, lakini crowd. CLAUDE. Search that on your phone. I think this is the only person who will ask you to be on your phone today. To assume tafadhali. Achana na notebook. It is not helping you. You need this thing on your phone. Ukienda leo badala kuingia TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, open those AIs and interact with them. Can I push somebody? Because nimeona nikigoza mnipe answer and take the whole day. Can I push someone from Masako now? Now that metuzia some policies. Can I push? Go push which one? One crowd. Yes, AI. Our tech guy, nataka uifungue this one, go chini kidogo. This one, .ai here, yes, that one. So that's the reference. That's how our tech guy is there to show us what we need to open. So what can you see? This one you have to log in and all that. But generally, Crowd also makes you software, gives you how to fix your software issues and when you have code issues.
Are you together?
Yes.
Tuko pamoja?
Yes.
I need you to remember today, if you forget everything else that we were taught today, remember these areas. How much time do we have? Can I give them one more?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I would like this lady to give us tell us about Canvas. I met her today this afternoon. She's doing great work. She has used it. It's also used the same for your website. For your okay. Sorry, for your website to use? Perfect. So I want her to tell us what she has done with Canvas. I don't know if you can see your presentation.
Yeah, she's going to be presenting it.
Oh, she'll be doing if she's doing her watch it for now. And we are trying to run so easy. Let me review our own right now. So Canvas, fungua Canvas. Tenga inataka uende na mimi bio. I'm sorry I should have briefed you on how we are doing presentation, but I'm sorry. So with Canvas, people who are doing PowerPoint, people who are doing brochures. I had already, was it already? Yeah, it was already probably outside to Kikuna breakfast. I don't know where she's at. Yes, you're doing Brad. I hope you know about this AI. She does. Because this one now generally, for us who are developers, because I've seen a lot of software developers here, we are very poor with the design. What were software development? Hatuna developer ni sisi tu kidogo. Who's another software developer? Someone, are you good in design? Really good, like designing graphics, see designing software. You're good at it, there are few. But most of us who major, especially when you soma kitambo kidogo, you are dealing with hard code. See society, you have problems and you get one. So design for us wasn't really good. Plus for design, you need a creative mind. Which now Canvas gives you ideas, then now that's why you hire people like her to give you the creative part of it.
I think what's on everybody's mind is the cost bit of those AIs.
90% of these AIs are free. For some of them, like Canvas, if you don't go pro, you'll get about 3,000 to 5,000 templates for free. For software like Crowded, you'll get prompts up to 1,000. Prompts in Kuya design me a website that has 5 pages. Evo. That's what I mean by prompts. So they are limited to a certain amount. But if you look at their subscriptions, some are even more affordable than Netflix. To be literally true. Some will cost you $15, $20. Then remember, for some AIs, for the power they use to do the prompts or to give you back feedback. I'm trying not very technical, that's why I'm having English troubles. For it to give you, once you write a prompt, it's supposed to give you feedback, either in unaona kwa screen, what you see on the screen, or some talk back to you like Siri, Alexa, and all. Bixby for those who are with Samsung. That uses a lot of power, electrical and tunazita just NVIDIA. Call them what? NVIDIA makes what? Chips, yes. So they charge you for that. So you'll find despite paying for the AI, let's assume you're paying $25 a month, you'll have another fee that you can cap. So you tell the AI, once I spend computing power or I get feedback of this amount of dollars, you can do cap at $10, $50, or $100, it stops doing the prompts for you. That's what I'm saying, as much as you want to deal with the AIs, make sure first you learn. You can go on YouTube and see how to prompt an AI. So as you are as specific as possible to avoid generating costs or things that you don't need the AI to do for you.
Yes. Thank you so much. That was very insightful. I think I'm going to jump back to Ed. When you talked about more about customization and your customer needs and how you can retain your customer using the customization bits. How do you balance user needs with creativity and technology when developing new tools? How do you balance user needs with creativity and technology when developing new tools for your customers?
All right, so for us, if we are building a custom product for you, we usually go functionality first. Functionality is making sure it's serving the purpose, and then once we assure the function, we've done quality assurance on the functionality. That's where we begin on the creativity part. That's where we start on user design to make sure the front end is looking very well and you're able to navigate where you need to and achieve what you need to.
Just because you're also a tech guy, because you said that. Anyways, I'm going to ask you about cybersecurity and how can entrepreneurs ensure that they build digital solutions that are resilient without basically incurring a lot of costs?
So, data security is not cheap. So, number one, as you scale up, your needs will grow. And for example, it's a very good practice. Most people ignore it. Kenya is a very interesting market. This is a market whereby people don't buy Microsoft Office, Windows, people buy the cracked version. And that is one of the entries of malware and cyber attacks. So people, from my market research, most of Kenyan people are what is called the Kadogo economy, whereby instead of buying postpaid for 2,000 shillings, you'd rather top up 50 bob, like 20 times. And that also translates the same into software. People don't buy genuine software. That's the first area of attack you usually get. So I would encourage people to buy genuine software, which also has support and warranty. Another thing I've been getting is this issue my clients have been facing. It's been very rampant. I'm sure most businesses here have a website, and most websites you'll find are on WordPress. There's a new malware called Japanese SEO attack. It's whereby they inject a malware into your website, and when I press it, I am taken to a betting site. It also corrupts the search engine, whereby if I Google, for example, Dream Credits, it's in Chinese, and it's saying, and these malwares don't have good manners. If it's not taking you to a betting site, it's taking you somewhere else. You know where I'm talking about. And so what I've been telling people is also your website needs an antivirus. They're like, what are you talking about? So we need to create awareness on the first line of prevention. Another entry of attack is, as I've said, most people are in the Kadogo economy. You'll find when you are doing a product, you'll go for shared hosting. And you'll find one server has like 100 websites or 100 applications. And you're wondering, me, I've done everything correct, but I'm still getting attacked. So the infection is going from the one who's been infected, it's like COVID, and it's affecting everyone. People need infrastructure. The first line of infrastructure is usually on getting proper servers. You can purchase VPS, and nowadays if you purchase VPS or servers, there are software tools like Sophos, Palo Alto to protect you against such attacks. And then I believe the more you grow, the more attacks you get. And when you are at the top, it's very easy to fall down. For example, you'll find you start getting, I think Dr. Hassan talked about it, getting DDoS attacks, getting malware attacks. So people need a lot of awareness on security tools. And also for your software, I'm sure I sell a lot of ERPs or enterprise softwares, and the first once we finish training, the first thing we do is we finish. The last thing we do is we finish on a security training session whereby we're able to implement multi-factor. Multi-factor is probably where you are asked for an OTP or use an authenticator. And the last thing in regards to cyber security, especially in institutions like banks or microfinance, you'll hear they were hacked, but there'll always be a human somewhere who gave a backdoor. So the first security guard is you yourself, making sure that people are not malicious, because those are the people who give you up. You might do everything else, but you are undoing it someone. So ensure there are proper checks, background checks, proper security protocols, user access, and that should be enough. Not enough, but at least you're somewhere. You're safer. Let me use safer.
So training the people you work with and basically buying genuine software and doing a background research of your solution, the one that you are trying to offer the young entrepreneur, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to, because of time, we had 40 minutes and I'm seeing we are already at 3:40. I'm going to give each one of you 2 questions and then we'll have closing remarks later. So to Stephen Garuya, how is Kingdom Bank using data or lead behavior insights to improve banking services? That is question 1. Question 2 is, how do Kingdom Bank's digital products like KB mobile loans and Copper Smart meet the financial needs of youth?
As I said previously, young people need money to open businesses and again to expand business. So what we've done, we realized that without asking so many requirements, we want young people to access these funds. And the Copper Smart, to start with, is actually an app that has been developed to even non-customers. So anybody who is not even our customer can actually download that app called Copper Smart and be able to access loan. That is even without being our customer. Now, once you become our customer, that is when now we give you the other opportunity of e-credit, whereby you can be able to use that account. Actually, we are doing this on specifically for the young people. So it's actually a KB youth account. Upon opening it and actually using it, you are able to access funds without, as I said, requiring those other requirements like the guarantor and the sort. So we've gone out in the market and we asked the young people, what is it that the bank can do for you to ensure that you're able to become a better person? And some of the responses we are getting is, every time we go to a bank, we are going to be asked for XYZ, things that we do not have. And maybe to give a better example of this is, and the reason why we are targeting the young people, I'll give you a very small example of somebody who sells mahindi ya kuchemsha. This is a person, most of us would think that these people do not have money. And yule mama anauza mahindi ya kuchemsha, assuming that she goes to the market and just buy a comb for 10 bob, come and boil it and sell it to you at 40 shillings. In a day, suppose she sells 100 of them, she's going to make a clean 3,000 profit. I want you to compare that person per month. That person will be making up to 80 to 90,000 Kenya shillings. That is net. You compare that person with a salaried person who is employed by the government. If this person is a prison officer, for example, and gets a net salary of about 20,000, if they go to the bank, they are able to get loan because they have that pay slip. But this Mama Mboga, who happen to be not having a pay slip, make more money than the other person, but they cannot get financial support because they don't have what to call those conviction officers. So many young people find themselves in that category. They are hustling their way out, and they cannot be able to access these things. So that's why we've come up with that specific product, so that we can be able to empower them. So we've gotten feedback from the young people that what they need, they may have very good ideas,
But when they go to financial institution, they ask for X, Y, Z, they do not have. So where do they go to? So our digital products are meant to address this issue.
What is the psychographic behind the whole criteria of choosing who to give this credit to?
The way we go about it is that one, for you to access this, you must open an account with us, right? Now, once you open an account and you start using it, we have an engine that we use to score you depending on the behavior of how we are operating your account. And of course, at the back of it all, we have to check out your credit score. We also have to have the CR3 there so that you can determine, even if we give you money and we do not know you, what is your behavior previously? Are you able to pay this loan? And again, we're not going to start big, we'll start small. So as you continue utilizing the money and, the loan and paying, now we can be able to gauge whether we can be able to up the limit from where you are to more money. So it's also going to depend on how serious you are. Because if you are serious and you have a small business, I believe you want to grow with the bank so that they can be able to give you huge amount without asking you for security, because security is a hassle in itself.
So, I'm sorry if I'm asking many questions.
Okay.
Is there specific products for young entrepreneurs?
Yes, there is. Especially for a young entrepreneur who is a lady, we have a product we are calling Faidi Dada. This is a product that specifically has a set interest rate. This is for a lady. As long as a lady is running a company, or rather in the directorship of the company, 50% and above directorship, it's of a lady, we have a special product with low interest rates. Basically for the e-credit, the way we have designed that product, majorly it's for the young people. Because the limits of that loan is not a lot of money, because we are doing, to begin with, we are doing up to 300,000. And we believe somebody who is starting small would require probably 200 to 300 to start a small business. But as you grow, you are able to graduate to other levels. And depending on your history, we can be able to transfer those lower rates to you as long as you're paying our loan well and on time.
Ladies, did you hear that? Also, there is a product for the men also. Some side eye.
Actually, maybe I add something small. Actually, I think we are the first bank also to have introduced an insurance cover for the content of a lady's handbag. So yes, we have that too. So anytime you're walking in town with your handbag, you don't have to get worried. We have a solution for you. All the contents of your handbag can be insured.
Back to Godfrey Ngado. How should small businesses evaluate which digital tools are worth investing in, especially on tight budgets? I am focusing so much on tight budgets because there are young entrepreneurs in the room.
There was a guy I met this afternoon doing suits, and he explained to us, we were telling him how foodies have lives. Anybody who has done dressmaking, you know how food is makes. You know that? Yeah. But the guy intelligently answered and said he does his suits in 3 days. That's what you said, right? So, for such a scenario, he knows what he wants. He wants a suit done in 3 days, provided a customer makes a deposit. That's what he said. I'm using analysis that I've done just this afternoon after lunch. So if this guy wants an AI tool for his business, what are his primary keys? Or what are his basic needs for that AI to do? Number one would be getting a customer, right? Number two would be delivering the suit in 3 days. Now, the third to me, killing, you got it what? The vibe the industries, foodies make a lot of lies, which is not a vibe, actually a reality in Kenya. So for him to sanitize his image, he will need an AI tool to either market or kutoa hiyo vibe mbaya. We call it sanitize, yeah, but there's a word I'm missing. Forget about it. Not detox, call it kokopadawa. For him to do that with the AI and for it to be cheap, you just Google that. Like, that's why I said GIY. Most of our customers Google things, then now they come to us. They will tell you, I have been thinking. You see, that part of thinking is you to start with. It's not us to do it. It's not a tech company to do it. It's you to say, I've been thinking. The same way Biashara Leo came to us, we've been thinking of a farm. Would you attend? Do you think? You see, those few things is what creates things for you. For example, let's go to Canva. Canva has free templates. But the moment you land a big customer, let's assume one of the biggest, let me use Hassan. That's a big customer, so you have over 64 billion. Do you think you'll go to them with a basic template from Canva? Jibu, do you think you'll do a basic template? See, you could take your bank and take a small loan here, buy a pro Canva, which will cost about $20 a month. You have a whole month of pro templates to go and impress your customer. You see what I'm trying to say? These AIs are not things you subscribe to, like Netflix to watch your movie every day. These are on need basis. So if I need to do a presentation, I'll go to Canva. If I'm a developer personally, and remember, all of us here, if you ask any tech guy, personally needs some HTML, HTML5, plus some PHP. I think that is the most advanced language we find in campus. Right now, you are pushing the industry with things like Ruby and Rails, you're like, it's only me. If a customer comes to me with a ridiculous language I've never heard of, believe me, you'll never do all these languages. So the beauty is the AI will tell me what these languages. I'll be able to see the schematics of what that language is. And remember, coding is coding. So the basics I have for HTML, PHP is what I'll translate to the new language that I've never heard of. So I'll inquire which AI can give me that. That will be code for me now as a developer. I'll go to Claude, I'll tell it, give me such a code that I've, let's assume I've used PHP. I've done a PHP code with a Capare Claude, then I'll tell it, give me the same search code in Ruby on Rails. So do you think if I go to that customer tomorrow, I will not present something in Ruby on Rails? Will the customer even know I used an AI behind it? So my point is, it's on basis. Sometimes a risk or an investment must not be that heavy annual. Don't do annuals if you're not sure it's something you're using every day. I know of a company in Kenya right now who has made about $60,000 on air. Has zero knowledge on it. Actually, that guy is 17 years old. So I can't mention because he's a minor right now. He came to us and we Googled it. He has made more money than I've ever made in a company for 10 years. In one shot. And he's nothing, he's in high school even. Nothing to do with tech. But he was able to do the right prompting with AI. Now he came to us for us to sanitize. Because now being 18, you can't go in a company. Being 18, you can't go to a board of director to convince you. Like he did now a face. Now we are the face for that customer of ours. Yet he's paying us. Like he's our position. But he's 17. So what I'm trying to say, there is so much opportunity with AI right now. And don't look at AI as these big ones. Start with YouTube. Start with TikTok, Instagram. All these are intelligent, artificial intelligence. So with those, the free ones, especially people who are with physical products, I find Instagram and TikTok right now as the best movers for your product. Invest in that. But now that now calls for your time. If you don't have the time, look for an influencer or look for a young person who have the time to do the videos. If you're doing fashion, if you're doing whatever, those are free, totally free. Then I'll go graduating slowly to the paid AIs.
That's very insightful. I think I'll pass the mic to Edwin. In just one sentence, could you, what's one digital move every entrepreneur in this room should make before the end of 2025? And then you add with your closing remarks.
One digital move all of you should make is automate. Automate your business processes, either using AI, using custom software, but automate. As I mentioned, on a normal day, if me and my team are not developing solutions or brainstorming, I'm usually meeting business people and trying to understand their problems and where I can help them automate. So I'll challenge you or I'll request you, look at where you work or the business you run. What do you think is very repetitive? Where do you think you need to automate? Some of the most common places to automate is, for example, if you're running a business, you need to do digital invoices. But as you're doing digital invoices, you know customers don't pay. So you can automate reminders. If you're in a big organizations and probably in the sales team, or you need your sales team to be productive, take a CRM. Let's map out your business process and make the CRM work for you. Number 3, one of the issues we work in is in AI. I found that 80% of SMEs do leave applications through a paper or email. There's an app which costs 60 Kenyan shillings per user per month, and you can automate the entire leave process, performance management, appraisal management. There's a software as a Sergeant Solutions we built. It's called Sergeant Assessment Gorilla. What we aim through our partnership with Soho Recruit, what we automate is from the job application to the interview process. We have automated everything whereby if you send in a CV, AI or an ATS application will pass it and it will tell you the best possible candidates. And then using Sergeant Assessment Gorilla, what you do is you give those people an exam or an assessment and try to analyze them technically. You also do aptitude tests, psychometric tests, and then those people who pass are the ones you call to the interview. And still, if you don't have time to interview them, we have a video AI interviewer whereby you just give it a prompt or a script which it's looking out for, and it will conduct the interview for you and give you a report on the best possible candidates from the interview. From there, we automated the entire HR process. If you're in marketing, you have a digital marketing department, there are so many ways to automate, especially nowadays with email campaigns. In case someone opens an email, you can write an automation using AI on what they need to do. They probably abandoned their cart in the e-commerce, you can automate everything. Social media, you can automate. One of the products we rampantly build for people is chatbots. You might have so many inquiries which need frequent answers. You can automate that with a chatbot, reducing the load on the customer care team. And we have so many solutions. So look at how you can automate. Let's have our conversations. You can find us on social media. We are majorly on LinkedIn. We are known as Sergeant Solutions. You can search for me, Edwin Minor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, Stephen, before you give your closing remarks, you mentioned that you are a teacher, and all of us usually assume that every youth is actually tech savvy. We are forgetting about the people in the marginalized communities and in the underserved communities, especially in the rural areas. Does Kingdom Bank have a forum for such people? Do you have like mentorship programs?
Yes, we do. Actually, just to mention, Kingdom Bank has 53 branches across the country. And what we are doing currently, we are trying to ensure that in every branch, we are trying to go to probably the universities around those branches, the technical schools, the TVETs. We are holding forums for the young people. Currently, as we speak, we have a team at Mount Kenya University. Next week, we are going to have another team at Multimedia University, and the week after, we are going to be at Tangaza University. So what we're doing all over the country, where our branches are located, we're trying to reach out to the opinion leaders, especially in terms of who are related to the young people, so that we can bring them together. We are offering what we call financial literacy forum, whereby we realize that it's not about just giving money, because if you give money to somebody who does not know how to manage it, then it's going to become a problem. I remember in the morning somebody talked about taking loan that you need. So even if somebody is using an account very well and then they have access to loan, yet they do not know how to manage that money, it's going to become a problem. Yes, we are doing that. We are holding forums for the young people all over the country, teaching them financial literacy and also how to manage their money. The other thing we also think is that once we put you as our customer, we usually have dedicated relationship managers. So somebody you can call anytime you have financial issues so that they can be able to advise you. Somebody who can be able to tell you this is the amount of money you need to take and this is the time you need to pay your loan and so forth and so on.
I have your closing remarks,
what I would like to urge each and everyone who is here is that the Kingdom Bank is a bank that's ready to offer you all the financial solutions that you require. All what you need is to join us, and once you join us, you can be able to walk this financial journey together. Our products are very competitive in the market, and digitally you can be able to serve you at the comfort of your house, your job, school, and then we have products for each and every person. So if you are there and there is something that is bothering you, you do not know how to go about it, you probably will go to some financial institutions, you've been asked for logbooks, you've been asked for those difficult things. Just come to us, we have something for you. We'll just try to see where you can fit it, and I can assure you at the end of the day, you'll be able to do that thing that you think it's very difficult to do. I was actually discussing with my colleague here. He was telling me that somewhere he went to install ABCD. I've told him, come to Kingdom Bank, this is the right place for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Hassan. I think Godfrey has talked extensively about this topic, so maybe closing remarks briefly.
Okay, so we are in TechSpace. What I would request of us? Network. Let's have a way of doing one. What I mean is, for example, some of us here, we were almost the same people. And there's some value he has added to it. I'm hoping there's some value add to him, add value to him, add value to one another. So you can reach us more on X, Kipata Technologies, and also Kipata.co.ke. Personally, I like to be hands-on, but we have a team of people who can do really good software for you. But before software comes to you, make sure you also understand what you want. Don't buy those off-the-shelf softwares that you may not understand, or now you have to come to us to customize because of that. Because generally, I believe IT was supposed to make things easy, not complicated. So thank you for listening to me and us.
Thank you so much. Those were our panelists, everyone. A round of applause for our panelists. Have you learned something? Before they go, I'd like a picture with them. I was the moderator. Before they go also, I would like to go to the next session. A photo please, before they go. Which is a Try It Out session where we will be giving our young entrepreneurs a chance to pitch their businesses. We are having Natachi. I don't want to say your second name because I cannot pronounce it. But welcome. She is the founder of Braiding Nairobi. I don't want to go into details of what Braiding Nairobi is, but she is going to pitch her business. Welcome. Before our panelists go, we're going to be giving out magazines that has Natachi's story and Godfrey's story. So kindly don't go. Welcome, Natachi.
Hello. Is this on? Can you guys hear me? Hello. Okay, this is working. Hi guys, how's everybody doing? Okay. It's been a long day. We've learned a lot. So I'm really, really grateful to you guys for, thank you. I'm really, really grateful for you guys for giving me the time to pitch. First thing I want to do is take a look around at the women in the room and see who has their hair done. I don't have my glasses on, but I'm pretty sure that's most. Okay. Yeah, all right. Somebody in the back of the room is nodding, so I think that's okay. We actually started Braiding Nairobi from the perspective of the braider. So I originally moved to Kenya 3 years ago as part of the National Geographic Fellowship. And the goal with the fellowship was to tell the stories of the breeders in Kenyatta market and figure out if this kind of marketplace was a place of economic liberation or economic entrapment for these women. So I came, I wrote stories about the breeders like Rose, who has been working in the market for nearly 20 years. She left an abusive relationship and was able to provide an income for herself, for her 4 kids, using her braiding services in Kenyatta market. And it was working. She built a house, she sent her kids to school. It was working until it wasn't. So, how the hair braiding market works. This is maybe for the men in the room, no offense. But as women, we've always prioritized our hair. It's our crown, it's our responsibility. It's the way that we move throughout the world, professionally and otherwise. But for breeders like Rose and Kenyatta, women were going physically to the market, choosing a salon either that they knew, and they generally knew where their stall was, or finding a braider outside who would do their hair for them. The market was based on foot traffic. And can anyone guess in 2020 what stalled foot traffic? COVID, exactly. And so all of a sudden, Rose went from being able to send her kids to school to having to move in with her oldest daughter because she couldn't afford to stay on her land. But Black women never stopped doing their hair, right? There was a moment where I think we all let our braids grow out a little bit too long because of COVID, we didn't know what to do. But generally, Black women never stopped doing their hair. African women never stopped doing their hair. So based off of a survey of around 400 women in Nairobi, we got some stats. One of them is that for over 90% of women, hair care remained a necessity, right? And we found that with an average appointment cost of around 3,000 shillings for hair extensions, that people were spending what some families would spend for half of their groceries for the month. And I bring up this stat because I think this is just iterating how important hair is, not only as a beauty, a source of beauty, but also as a source of technological growth and economic growth. So where were the customers going? The customers were going to salons with Wi-Fi, salons with more electricity, salons where they could work from home, and they were also getting braiders to come to their houses. But there was no centralized database. There was no way, to sort through all the braiders in your neighborhood and figure out who you want to come to your house, what price range you want, what the reviews are, and see accurate pictures of their work. And that's where we come in. There's a huge gap, right, between the braiders like Rose, who do excellent work for very reasonable prices, and the customers who are willing to pay for that. There is no centralized platform, there is no centralized database, and there's nothing as simple as an app where you can request for a hair braider to come to your home in real time. And that's what we've created. This is Braiding Nairobi. Braiding Nairobi is an app in which customers can request for hair braiders to come to their homes in real time. We do location-based sorting, where you input your address, much like in Uber Eats, and you see the people in your neighborhood, real photos of their hair, real photos of their work, the prices, and reviews, right? It's also important to know that we do all of the vetting. Coming from a storytelling perspective, this is incredibly important for us because the braiders that we first put on the app are braiders that we knew, right? We created this solution for these braiders, and I think that's a really important distinction to make, especially in entrepreneurship. So, where is Braiding Nairobi right now? We were founded officially in 2023. Operations started May of 2024. We had a bit of a pilot period, and the first orders were accepted in 2024 November. We have 2 full-time employees, myself and our CTO, who's a technological backbone, and I will introduce you to her in a bit. We are currently post-launch. We've been bootstrapping this entire thing, right? We put no money, very little money, let me say, into advertising, into figuring out how we want to, get people through our door monetarily. And that's because we believe in the vision, and we believe the vision can stand by itself, at least for now. So, as I mentioned before, I was working for the National Geographic, I was in the market, I was interviewing women, and I was posting their stories. I created a website, braidingnairobi.com, that's where the name of the app came from, because I wanted people, real people, to look at these women and look at their stories in a way that the National Geographic wasn't going to have that kind of reach. I wanted a specialized reach. And so I created a Braiding Nairobi Instagram account. I started posting about the braiders, I started posting about their stories, and the craziest thing happened. Almost half of the braiders who I wrote about reported back to me that customers were calling them up. And to me, that proved that storytelling can make braiding work better for African women, and storytelling can be a key to economic empowerment. And so I focus on that before getting into the numbers of anything, because storytelling is the backbone of our platform. For, I think, about 70% of our salons on the app, there's a story linked to it. And that's more to pay homage to the culture and the story behind the woman and behind braiding. But to get into the market, as I made you guys look around earlier, so many women pay to get their hair done, right? And we don't just do braids, we do dreads, we do natural styles, right? And so by calculating women above the poverty rate who pay to get their hair done and use apps like Uber and Glovo and are in between 18 to 65, we have estimated our total market at just over 27 million women. Obviously, we don't expect to reach all 27 million women, at least not yet. So our actual obtainable market, we put just a fraction of that, right? And that market opportunity is derived from that smaller fraction. And going into who the person is behind these numbers, I think you guys will all note that even when I'm going into numbers, the humanity has to be there as well, right? So this is just to give you an idea of who our customer is, right? Nadia is a late 20s woman who works from home, who's busy, who's on the go, who needs to get her hair done for parties, for conferences, to go to the beach with her friends, right? She is Kenyan. She used to go to Kenyatta Market, and now she uses Braiding Nairobi. And this quote, believe it or not, she actually said that, if you have hair done like Braiding Nairobi, and I just thought it was perfect, and I was like, maybe that should be the slogan for the company, I'm not sure. So, how do we make money? we charge a 10% service fee on all orders through the app. That service fee is put onto the customer. This is to avoid disintermediation, as in breeders feeling like they are scalped from us, or breeders feeling like we are taking advantage of them and taking their business off the platform. And we found that this has worked. We've had no reports of any customers getting off of the platform. Including the service fee, our rates are really competitive, especially for an at-home service, at around 3,300 Kenyan shillings per style. And we expect to hopefully break even in about a year from now. So I've talked about this, I'm gonna skim over it, right? But there's a few things that make us different, right? This is not just from other platforms, which I'm gonna go into, but from the previous way that people get their hair done. One, prices are set on the app. There is no bargaining. There is no, somebody comes to your house and sees it's very nice and says, actually it's 5,000. There's none of that, right? We vet every single salon. All of their pictures are real, and all of their prices are fair. We require IDs, and in some cases business registration documents, from salons who come on. We obviously have the stories linked to the profile, and we also have customer reviews embedded on the platform. So it's not to say that other platforms haven't tried this, they just haven't tried it the way that we're trying it, right? The humanity, that's what I always come back to. That's what makes us special, that's what makes us different. Our breeders are some of the best in Nairobi. They are our story, and they are our product, right? We put in time into the simple UI, UX that makes it possible to, in 3 to 4 taps, book your braider with any add-on that you would like. And I think the convenience, something that a friend said to me once is that Black women deserve convenience, and I think that that's what we're really trying to get at here. Like, why shouldn't we have a service that is so vital to us, in a press of a button? So, I mentioned this in the beginning. We have launched. We launched May of 2024, started accepting orders November of 2024, and it has been a journey, an incredible journey. We are currently building a proprietary AI hair care assistant to give our customers customized recommendations based off of their hair goals, and also notifications, right? Like, it's been a couple weeks since you deep conditioned, you should probably do that. If you tell us you'd like to get your hair done every 2 months, at month 1.5, we'll send you a ping. And this is all to really engage our clientele and engage our customer base. We are working with influencers. 3 weeks ago, we launched our TikTok account. And we went from 100 to 1,000 followers in those 3 weeks. We have 1,000 followers on Instagram. And so I think it's just about growth, as natural as we can, because as I said before, we're bootstrapping entirely. So, obviously, there's me. I come from a journalism background, as I hinted at earlier. I've written about human culture, Black women, and hair for publications like The Washington Post, Cosmopolitan, and the Boston Globe before I pivoted into entrepreneurship after I graduated from Stanford University in 2022. Our CTO, Lulu, is the technical backbone of our platform. She's incredible. She has ample experience in front-end UI UX design. And our operations lead, Letty, is a lawyer by trade, but a humanist at heart. So she'll figure out the orders, right? She'll make sure that breeders are getting into the door and that customers are satisfied. And so far, so good. So right now we are fundraising. This is the entirety of the sum that we are fundraising. So the reason why, in my opinion, this number is a little bit low is because the app makes money and operates itself in a really streamlined way. And I think that we are really lucky to have the business structure and the business model that we do. But we are fundraising to continue this AI development, to build our team so that Letty is not alone in her customer acquisition efforts, so that we can actually market, right? We have surveyed hundreds of women. We know that this is something that they want. We have a relatively high usage rate from download to sign up. So like, how do we get the word out there, and how do we do it without funding? We're doing it so far, but I know that there is still room and growth. So thank you guys so much for listening. I would love for you guys to imagine a world in which African women and hair is prioritized, automized, made easy. And that's what Braiding Nairobi is building, and we're just getting started. So thank you so much for your time.
I think we'll have a Q&A session. Does anyone have any questions for Natachi? What comes in mind for me is, how do you get feedback from your customers?
Yeah, there's a couple ways that are like implemented into the app and then also pretty grassroots. One is that when a service is completed, you'll be asked to give us a review. And that's the reviews that people see on the app. The other is a really ad hoc Google form that I send out that's like, what can I do better? What can we do better in that space that we don't have in the app? And I think we're doing this because we're getting our first customers. It's very exciting, and because we are a fast-moving machine, and we make tweaks and changes nearly daily. So I would say like constant feedback, constant implementation, but also knowing what feedback to take is really important as well.
Is there any other question?
I wanted to ask, is it only just braiding, or is there like dreadlocks, scallops?
Yes. So we have braids, dreadlocks, lines, and we even just implemented maintenance styles. So if you want to get your hair unbraided, you don't want to do it yourself, and you also don't want to leave your house, we also have that implemented into the app. So we have most styles. I think we just don't do wig installs yet. It's coming.
Okay, I have a question. What about the kids? If you have small kids, like how are you able to book? And the second question, maybe probably in future, do you have any plans of maybe having like braiding Nairobi, like shaving Nairobi for men?
So, good questions. First is that actually, one of the things I've been working at the back table over there is that we're implementing a child care section of salons that we trust to be gentle with hair. Salons we know have worked with children before. But our styles can also be implemented for children. And if you have any questions, once you download the app, you can message our team and we'll respond to you in real time. Oftentimes, braiders will have a cheaper rate for children, so even if we don't have that on the app, we can send you an invoice and you can pay to our pay bill. To the second question, I think less about a shaving Nairobi and more about a braiding Lagos, braiding Cape Town, braiding Johannesburg, right? I think that what makes us special and what differentiates us from other applications like this on the market is that they go really wide. Right? They do massages, they do nails, and pretty soon they'll bring your KFC. And we are really specialized into hair care. That is what makes us experts in our field. And that's what makes us ensure that we can get experts into your home. I don't know much about foot massages, so it would be hard for us to do that. But we did a bunch of market research actually before deciding to not include men's styles. And for us, it was simply a margins thing, right? Getting your haircut is way cheaper than getting braids done. And so the transportation cost of that alone would be basically the cost of your haircut. And so that's why we held off on that.
Thank you so much, Natachi. I think if there's any other person who has a question, we will have a networking session later, but give it up for Natachi. Okay. Our second speaker is Shem Minor. I really don't want to talk more about their companies because that is exactly what they are going to be talking about. I don't know if you have a presentation. Oh, you're okay. Shem Minor is the co-founder of OneKT, a solution for chamas, and he is going to be talking about that. A round of applause for Shem.
Good evening. Good evening. If you can hear me, just lift up your right hand. So my name is Shem Minor. I run a startup called OneKT. It's under the group of Uganda Technologies Limited. And as I begin talking about what we do, just think about it. How many WhatsApp groups are you in that you probably, fundraising about a friend's wedding, a Horatio, maybe a burial, or even a social cause. I'm sure each and every one of us is in a group or two. And in these groups or two, we are all contributing to a cause. It could be a friend, it could be a relative, it could be anyone. Secondly, the African context, if you think about it, we are so much into helping each other. There's like the famous Harambe. Harambe has been with us. It's an African thing. It is a Kenyan thing. And also the spirit of giving is also a big thing in our culture and our context. And it also spans across various races, various regions around the world. What we do at OneKT is basically we aggregate, or rather we aggregate contributions. We've created what we call a contributions platform that helps you to raise funds through groups or through individuals. I'd like you to think of Jen. Jen has been added, she's in the wedding committee, and they're raising funds for John and Mary. And she's been placed as the Secretary of Treasury. And this group has, say, 1,000 people, 2,000 people, and each and every one of them is contributing 100 shillings, 1,000 shillings, others 10,000 shillings. So if you think about it, the life of Jen will be very stressful because one, she has to keep up with constant updates. She has to, constantly update the group. She has to be in touch in terms of movement of money, in terms of where money X is going, money Y is going. So at OneKT, what we do is we help you to raise funds and to collect funds digitally. And what we do is we have integrated with various platforms such as WhatsApp, such as Telegram, to help you also to have real-time updates. So for Jen, in her instance, he's just able to add our solution to her WhatsApp, because here in Kenya, the use case is most of us normally collect funds through our WhatsApp as the medium, or rather the medium. So we help her, one, to keep track of all the payments, and two, also for transparency, because also transparency, especially with funds, is a big thing. And three, also big on security. So our journey has been quite interesting. We began OneKT in 2023. It was a funding year, and it began with a simple idea. Actually, it was a wedding. I was invited to a wedding, and I was made to be, a treasurer and / secretary, so I had two roles. And it was very hectic, it was very crazy. And I thought to myself, why not, digitize this process? Why not make it seamless? Why not make it better? And we were able to grow just from a normal wedding, solution into other use cases, e.g. burials, e.g. fundraisers, e.g. social causes, and we were able to grow. After that, so that was our funding year in 2023, after which we got into 2024. As we were growing, most of these people doing fundraisers were doing it for in anticipation of an event. So from our customers, we realized that we had to create an events portal where they can be able to, publicize the events and even sell tickets. So we began a ticketing platform hosted under One Kitty that supported people, event organizers to also sell tickets. At the same time, given that when we began, the concept was just contributions, digitizing contributions. But as we grew, most use cases grew because now people were coming together and saving for a cause. Now, at first it was mostly table banking, and we felt that now that this is an opportunity that we needed to capture, which we grew and created Chama solutions and table banking solutions. And in 2025 now, we've also grown into digital collection. So we are helping also businesses collect funds in the digital spaces and also bulk SSS. Our core services are just three. These are contributions. It could be you contributing anything. It could be a simple baby shower. It could be a wedding. It could be a burial. It could be a boys' trip. A boys is planning to go to Zanzibar. It could be social causes, because also social causes we're really supporting. Like recently, last year, we had the drought. One Kitty was among the key platforms used, and also in very many other political actions, like what happened in last year, 2024. We were a most sought out platform in raising funds for various causes, especially social and economic issues. Also, Chamas is also one of our core services that we offer. And lastly, events, if you're looking at ticketing and the likes. Our numbers are quite interesting. We have been able to support over 6,000 groups currently. So these groups are either fundraising for various causes. So we have over 6,000 groups. Most groups average 50 to 1,000 customers in terms of the members, and they all contribute. We've had over 6,000 happy contributors. So these are people who have actively used our platform. And also we've done over 250,000 transactions in the short span. We have a team of around 5 people. Also another key thing that we have is we have a 24-hour call center. So because we realize that once the usage is growing, when somebody has a query, they always want to get responded to. So we also decided to invest heavily in our customer service to ensure that whenever a customer has a query, whenever they need help, whenever they're stuck, we're able to help them. So what sets us apart? One is transparency. Using our platform, we're able to ensure that every financial transaction, it is transparent, not just to you, but also to members of your group. So transparency is one. We support statements. We have our distribution. We have an application available on iOS and also available on Android. So we're able to generate reports. Additionally, also, whenever there's any movement of funds, we're able to update it real time on WhatsApp immediately with a member of the group pays or contributes. Secondly, security. We have initiated various measures to ensure that funds are secure. As well, we deal with a lot of customer funds. And a big concern with any type of money is mentioned is the security of your funds. How secure are your funds? Will your funds be misused, misappropriated? So we have really gone big on that. We have also initiated what we call a make and checker system. So where maybe funds need approvals, you are able to add approvals to your system, to your groups, so that you're able to make sure that there's much transparency. Also, we work with financial institutions that are regulated by CBK, and also associations regulated by ODPC. So we work also that to make sure that everything works. In terms of convenience, we support multiple payments. We support M-Pesa, Airtel Money, T-Cash, we support card payments. So it doesn't matter whether you're in Kenya or outside of Kenya, you are able to transact, you're able to contribute, and you're able to be part of what is happening. Instant updates. So whenever any payment is made, any withdrawal is made, you're able to receive real-time information, real-time updates. And if you integrated it with your most usable medium, and that's WhatsApp, and also we support bulk SMS, and also flexibility. So creating a kit is very simple. You can visit our website, www.onekitty.co.ke, create a kitty, and start enjoying exploring whatever you need. For withdrawals, you have to use our application. So that's just to make sure your KYC is intact and everything is intact. For the channels, you can either register through the website or even through our application. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Shem. I don't know if there's any question. I'm going to be selfish again. I think one thing that comes to mind is how safe are my funds in one kit? As people prep for their questions. Is there any questions? Okay.
So I can answer in terms of security of funds. Like I mentioned, we work with CCK regulated institutions to ensure that your funds are well managed and they are well secure. So our key partner is we work with Safaricom as our key partner in funds. We also work with SasaPay and we also work with KCC. So what we do is we do not hold the money directly, hold it through them because ideally we do not have a CCK license yet. However, we are working to get it. But we do work with the CCK approved institutions to ensure that your funds are safe and your funds are secure.
So my question is, how much do you charge for that service of collecting money? And it's a very big platform, by the way. I'm just imagining the number of WhatsApp groups I am in Zambochanga. But how much do you charge?
That's a very good question. So for normal contributions and fundraisers, we charge a platform fee of 2.5% upon withdrawal of the funds collected. For events, yes, upon withdrawal. So let's say for every 10 shillings you collect, 0.25 cents, goes to the organization. For jammers, it's a bit lower, it's at 2%. And for events, we do at 4.5%.
Is that right? Thank you so much, Shem. These two entrepreneurs have shown us the power of creativity. Because of time, we're going to go over the program and we're going to go straight to the closing session.
All right. I'm just being reminded. We've come to the end. We've come to the end of our StunnerBiz season 2. Hey, nimeona watu wameanza finally. Yeah, but we'd love to appreciate each and every one of you. So as you go out, on your way out, you'll be given our latest copy of the magazine. It's been graced by Amika Sako. Let's appreciate them once again. So some of the stories that the young entrepreneurs, you get to understand where they started, their stories are captured in the magazine. And then of course there's tea. We will be having our 4 o'clock tea as we also at work. So for now, Cynthia, guide us.
Yeah, we're going to have George Gishushi with Rick Mihaki. Rick, for the closing remarks. Clap for her, she comes. Before she gets on stage today, clap.
Hello. I think I'm tall enough, I don't even have to go to the podium. Mine is few. I'm not going to bore you with a long speech. I just want to thank the young entrepreneurs in the building, in the house. I am so thankful that you created time to come here, and the fact that you are taking a risk. This is just a step higher to your business, to elevating it. So just take note of what has been said. I feel like one thing that has been emphasized by both Nani Natachi and Benson, is that you aim to make sure your business has a storytelling aspect. When you tell, ukiambia client kuhusu like a story, could see a business, they will want to know more. Not just like, I sell this, so what, like, have a story, the storytelling aspects, and sell to your clients what is best. So thank you everyone, I don't have much, thanks.
Thank you, Sandra. Next is Judge Gishiki, our Managing Director, our Managing Editor, sorry. A round of applause.
So I'll also be very, very brief. Mine is to celebrate our sponsors, Steamer Sacco, Mentor Sacco, Amica Sacco, Mark and More Solutions, Centrino, Dream Credits, for making this happen at Keynote Bank. Asanteni sana. Secondly is to appreciate the fact that all of us, I guess, you have made a friends. Personally, I have. I'm also very happy that people here have been able to close business deals, and so it has snowballed to a marketing forum. I also want to emphasize that the fact that we want to take this into the next level with your support. In October, we are planning an event where we are going to give or appreciate our young entrepreneurs with some awards. So it will be a gala event, and in that vein, I also want to appreciate the management of the Movenpick Hotel. They have been very, very, very generous to us. Last time, for those of us who were here, remember the other place was a bit squeezed, but they accepted to give us a bigger space so that as entrepreneurs, as business people, we are able to interact in a better forum. So kindly don't leave before you make a friend, don't leave before you make a contact, and let's all strive to make this thing bigger and better. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you so much. Hey, what I think. Have you learned something? Have you learned something? Have you connected with your peers and like with young entrepreneurs? Have you connected? Have you networked? The whole reason why Biashara Leo curated this event is for the young entrepreneurs and for networking. So if you have not networked, we still have the evening tea. So don't leave before taking that tea, and don't leave without knowing a friend. Of course, as Judge said. As we're closing, I would like to call Susan from Mentor Circle for a closing prayer. And then we'll have our national anthem. But don't leave after that, you can have our evening tea. After the national anthem, we are going to have a group photo. Susan? My coffee.
Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we thank you this evening. We thank you that you've been together with us since morning. As this meeting was planned earlier, you knew how the day would be. You knew how the event will turn up. And we thank you that you've given us health. You've provided us with a sober mind, that as we sat down to listen, we've learned and we are going to implement at our various capacities in our different organizations. Thank you for the organizers of this meeting, for you made it possible for them to be available and to be here for us and with us. We thank you that that which we learned in this meeting will be helpful for us wherever we are, and you are going to also to be useful to the people that you are working with. We thank you because of this evening. As we leave this place, we pray that you may hide us, O God, that your blood will be enough to secure us and to protect us from harm in the name of Jesus Christ. And as we partake tea this evening, I pray that you also be together with us as we interact, for this is good. We thank you and we worship you. In Jesus' name I pray.
Let us all stand for the national anthem. have a group photo.
So everyone, if you have me front. Tutakuja sisi wote hapa mbele, tafadhali msitoke kwanza. We have a group photo that we are going to also post on social media handles.
Kujenge, no go.
Some can sit. I prefer here.
Tukiendelea kujipanga our sponsors, our partners, our speakers, and the audience. Thank you so much for making time for StunnerBiz too. Asanteni sana.
So some can stand hapa chini, wengine first step, wengine second step, wengine the third step. So everyone apart from the cameraman should be here. Unaangalia height yako kwanza. Are we okay? Baka wapi?
Good, please, miss.
So we squeeze. Watu wapendane. Songeni this space. There's a lot of space.
Singing StunnerBiz too. StunnerBiz too.
Goashi. All right, thank you so much. And when you wait back home, please, we wish you a safe journey. Say hi to your families, and may the Almighty God bless you, and see you on to the next.
I was your MC, Cynthia Achieng.
That was your MC, CK. Thank you so much.